to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, everybody. Before we begin, I'm sad to say that we need to have another moment of silence. We had a tragic accident last night, and we lost a family of 4. And so if we could just bow our heads and just pray for the families. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to start today with our introductions. Dr. Nelson, would you please start?
Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Will Nelson, the Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning.
Good evening, Namarcha Graywell, the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Good evening, Ahmed Shigoslami, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services.
Good evening, everybody. Ed DiLazzo, Deputy Superintendent.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Valentina Avalos, and I'm the student trustee.
Good evening, Steve Maher, trustee.
Good evening, Lori Walker, trustee.
Kelly McCaughey, trustee.
Justin Brown, trustee and vice president of the board for this year, and proud parent of 3 kids who are in the audience tonight.
So cute. I'm Mary Jo Carrion. I'm serving as president this year.
Dave Haglund, superintendent.
Lanita Villa, senior executive assistant to Dr. Haglund.
Patrick Cannon, Director of Communication.
Okay, report out on closed session. On closed session, item 2A, tort claim number 636341. There was a motion made by Trustee McCaughey and seconded by Trustee Walker. The board voted unanimously 5-0 to reject the tort claim. Okay, moving on to, there's approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion for approval of the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Okay, the motion passes 6-0. Okay, board question and answers. The board has a chance to read through the packet ahead of time and they send their questions in. This is try to speed up the process. If you're interested in our answers, you can find it on the district website, Symbia. Okay, now we have recognitions, community of character, integrity.
For the next 3 recognitions, I'm going to hand this over to Assistant Superintendent Graywell.
Thank you, Dr. Haglund. Good evening, everyone. We're pleased to honor our PUSD team members who model our community of character traits of responsibility, compassion, self-discipline, honesty, respect, and integrity. It's important for each of us as educators and professionals to model the character traits we strive to instill in our students. We're proud to recognize a number of individuals nominated by their peers who have embodied the character trait of integrity. Some nominees, I believe one nominee was unable to join us this evening, so I'd like to congratulate Erin Dixon, 3rd grade teacher at Moore Elementary. And now I would like to introduce and congratulate the employees who were able to join this evening. As I call your name, please come up and allow us to recognize you. Okay. First, we have Gian Beneducci, Administrative Secretary at Valley View Elementary School. Gian is a breath of fresh air by being consistently welcoming, encouraging, and compassionate to all teachers, families, and children. Mr. Beneducci leads the front office with 100% positivity and an amazing sense of humor. With his many roles, he always remains completely engaged and present with each task and rises to the challenge by staying connected and by encouraging all students to achieve their highest potential. Whether it is joyously participating in a school-wide event to celebrate school spirit, dressed up as our mighty Mustang, assisting children with behavior challenges as part of our PBIS efforts, interacting with children in a genuine and meaningful way during lunch times as our dedicated DJ, or subbing for the school nurse when needed, Mr. Beneducci's leadership and love for our school community is keenly evident. Congratulations, Gian. Next is Ritu Kapoor, first grade teacher at Moore Elementary School. Ritu always adheres to the highest standards of professionalism, always putting the needs of students first. Even when decisions are difficult to make, Ritu acts with integrity, setting a positive example for everyone around her. She spends the time getting to know her students and always acts in a way that best fits their needs, regardless of what those needs may be. Ritu cares for her students, the parents she works with, and the school that she serves. Ritu is a pleasure to have at Moore, and we are very lucky to have her. Congratulations. Next is Shannon Rinker, third grade teacher at Moore Elementary School. In addition to her teaching responsibilities, Shannon is a dedicated colleague who collaborates effectively with fellow educators. She is one of the selected teachers as a trainer of EL Achieve. She is always willing to share ideas, offer support, and work together to improve the learning experience for all students, especially our English learners. Her positive attitude and willingness to grow professionally inspires others to do the same. We are very lucky to have Shannon at Moore. Congratulations, Shannon. And next, we have Mr. Bert Dixon, math teacher at Foothill High School. Bert Dixon has been a math teacher at Foothill for nearly 35 years. Let that sink in. He's one of our most senior teachers, I know that. And Bert is known for his longstanding commitment to honesty and fairness. Mr. Dixon has always demonstrated impartial treatment of all students, consistently promotes ethical behavior and critical thinking, and has been a respected figure among both colleagues and students alike in the Pleasanton community for many years. And I know he's produced a pretty stellar child, too, who helped teach with us. So congratulations for 2 stellar children. One who helped us out with teaching. All right, those are all of our recognees. It's time for photos. So you're all welcome to take photos first, and then Mr. Gannon will step up for the professional shot. Okay, one more round of applause for our employees. Thank you. Congratulations. Okay, we're going straight into the next board item. All right, you all going to stay here. Got it. Okay. So next, I'm very pleased to recognize our Classified School Employee of the Year for 2024-2025. And that would be the head custodian at Foothill High School, Mr. Richard Neal. Richard was not able to join us this evening because he's a busy custodian, a very dedicated employee. I know Mr. Bullets at Foothill had many positive things to say about him, and we were honored to go and give him the recognition about a week ago. So we will make sure that he gets his certificate and maybe get a picture with you all later. All right. And next, also another exciting announcement, the recognition of the Teacher of the Year for 2024-2025 from Hearst Elementary, Miss Paige Saunders. Paige. Dr. Nelson to read a bit about Paige.
Thank you very much. Ms. Saunders is an awesome teacher, and I have a quote here from her principal, Dr. Henderson. Ms. Saunders is an amazing teacher who develops hands-on, engaging lessons that get students excited about learning. She has created a classroom that is welcoming and safe for students who can sometimes feel alienated and misunderstood in the school system. Her actions are not usually in front of the crowd, but she is no less an influencer of students, staff, and friends. Some examples of her lessons from Dr. Henderson. Book tastings, where the class decorates a fancy restaurant and students get book menus to rate books. Ice cream day, a dedicated day to ice cream, incorporates math, reading, and writing all into one lesson. And then a Boston Massacre murder mystery. Each student was provided with a clue to work out who shot who first, the British or the colonists. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an award for her that also states at the bottom of it, it says, an amazing teacher who develops hands-on, engaging lessons that the students get excited about. It is with honor and privilege we want to once again clap for Ms. Paige Saunders.
I was just going to take a point of privilege and personally thank Mrs. Saunders, who's been a teacher to two of my kids. And I would echo everything from Dr. Henderson and say it's, and also thank her for all her hard work with outdoor ed and making that successful. So congratulations and thank you.
There's room in front now. Okay, we are now moving on to our student representatives. So the first one's from Harvest Park Middle School.
Good evening. Oh, is this on? Hello, can you hear me? Wait, oh, I just have to push it. Okay. Sorry. Good evening, board members. My name is Elena Eichler.
My name is Darshan Sharma.
And we are here as Harvest Park representatives of Harvest Park Middle School. We are going to be talking about the academics, athletics, and activities at our school. I'll start with academics. Harvest Park is still offering after-school tutoring for subjects such as English and math, run by many different teachers. It has continued to do well, and many students attend. Additionally, our Math Counts team, which is a competitive math team run by one of our math teachers, Mr. Lomas, has achieved first place in the Bay Area Math Olympiad. We have many fun activities towards the end of the year. Yesterday night, we had an open house. Families came to visit their students' classrooms. The garden class gave away around 1,000 plants to students and families. Last week, we had the spring dance for 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. We had around 500 students come. It was super fun. We had lots of food activities and music for people to dance to. In March, we had a March Madness 3v3 basketball tournament. This was run by our wonderful sports commissioner, Sanvi Nepal. 12 teams participated during lunchtime. It was exciting, and everybody participated by watching and cheering on their friends. Upcoming, we have a toupee fair and presentations run by the members of the Tobacco Use Prevention Education Group in our leadership class. We will be having presentations for 6th graders about drug awareness and prevention. The fair will have all sorts of activities and presentations for all grades. Now I'm going to pass it off to Darshan to continue the rest of the activities.
So starting off, the leadership and gardening classes have been cleaning up our campus and making it look super nice by planting a lot of beautiful plants. Troop 984 came over last weekend to remove weeds from the grass, and they did an incredible job for the incoming students next year. We are currently having ASB elections for 7th graders. As president and vice president, we enjoyed seeing all the new students last Thursday in Access we're going to run. It shows a lot of leadership and responsibility for them just to show up, and we are proud of every single student who is running and wish them good luck. Some upcoming events for 8th graders include the Six Flags field trip, the promotion dance, and the promotion ceremony. While the 8th graders are at Six Flags, the 7th and 6th graders will have a beach boardwalk on campus. There will be a lot of food, students will get to spend time with their friends, and do a lot of fun activities. In the last week of March, band and string students went to Disneyland to perform as well as enjoy the park. Recently, we had a book fair, which was something we returned to Harvest Park after a while. The library was decorated with a bunch of cool characters from books and funny posters. It was great to see all the students participate in this fair. To wrap things up, we're having girls volleyball, golf, and track, as well as intramurals every Friday, where more than 100 people attend, play sports, and just have fun with their friends. As we are coming close to the end of the school year, Harvest Park has been super productive, and we have many more great things on the way. We have 3D printed kindness charms given to us by Mr. Padway and a CTE class for all the board members, as well as anybody who would like them in the audience. Thank you, and does anyone have any questions?
Trustee McCaughey?
Well, I'm a little biased. I really like Harvest Park. I have some children that go there as well. But my question to both of you, when you think back with your experience at Harvest Park, what's your big takeaway as you go on to Amador next year?
I think we both have really enjoyed our leadership class. Shout out to our teacher, Mr. Dankor, who's made our entire year super fun and amazing. But I think that's been a highlight of our entire middle school experience in general. I don't know.
Oh yeah, definitely. It just, especially in this class, it teaches us a lot about leadership, and we organize a bunch of the events and stuff with him in our class, and yeah, it's just been really fun this year.
Great. Well, great presentation, and I hope you're excited for the Six Flags trip coming up.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'll see you at your promotion ceremony. So
Thank
congratulations.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Maher, or Trustee Maher?
I was going to ask a question.
Oh yeah, we're not done.
We're back. Sorry.
Is Mr. Dankberg still involved with the garden?
Yeah, he was actually the one who gave away all the plants last night. We actually had, 1,000 plants that we had in his
1,000
greenhouse?
plants?
Yeah.
I think so. It was a crazy amount. He was giving them away yesterday at open house to anyone who wanted any. Pretty cool.
You still have some left?
I think
yeah.
we do. If you want any, you could probably swing by.
Thank you. Tell Mr. Dankberg thank you for all the hard work
we
he does.
will.
So I was at your Harvest Park open house last night, and it was amazing. So my question to you is, what did you brag to your parents about?
Probably how good our campus looks, honestly.
Yeah.
Because, we worked a lot just to, in the middle of our school, there's a rock collage.
Yes, I've seen the rocks.
Mr. Campisi really liked that.
He really likes that. He makes sure every time I come by to look at
it.
it.
It looks really good.
And what about you?
I was kind of proud. I showed off my English and history classroom. My teacher's Miss Wilder. I was just proud to show them all the hard work I've done in that class, because it's been a lot of work, and I've tried really hard on it. So yeah.
Well, excellent job, both of you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. Okay, moving on to Amador Valley High School. Ishmeet Dillon. Did I?
Do you want me to wait for them to pass them around, or?
No, you can go.
Hi, my name is Ishmeet Dillon, and I'm here to represent Amador Valley High School today at the student board meeting. I'm going to be going over academics, activities, and athletics, like always. Starting off, in the month of March, our amazing librarian, Mr. Scherer, hosted the annual March Mathness Tournament, where he basically posted math problems that came to our email inboxes every single day, and we could solve them to get prizes. And I think that it was a really, really great way for students to get challenged with new math concepts and overall just create more school spirit in the school community. And as everyone knows that's in high school, AP exams are coming up, which means that it's quite a stressful climate for students right now who are cramming and studying for these exams. And they're going to be taking place from the beginning to the middle of May, around 2 weeks. And in lieu of that, we have finals that are coming, that have been happening for AP exams. So last week I had a final. This week I don't have a final, but I know many people who do. And next week I have about like 3 finals. So we are having finals for AP classes. So that also increases the amount of stress for our students. But I want to thank all the teachers that are providing so much support and resources to ensure that students are prepared and ready to do well on their AP exams and succeed on that. Now, moving on to activities. In March, we also had our DECA students go to the state's competition in Los Angeles, where they came back after learning a lot of new skills and meeting and engaging with a variety of people. A lot of people actually placed in their events and are attending the international version of the competition, again in Los Angeles this weekend, actually. So best of luck to them and congrats to all those who placed. From last time, I mentioned we were going to host the Donversity Rally, and back in February, we did host the Donversity Rally and Donversity Week. And the Donversity Rally was one of my favorite parts of the entire week, where it showcased a lot of cultural student groups, such as the Black Student Union, dance team, Bollywood dance, and many more. And I think it was just a great opportunity for, first of all, students to kind of decompress from their classes and also engage in a lot of engaging activities. Many students from Amador also helped organize and attended the Youth in Government Day, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. This was in tandem with city officials, where students are able to meet and talk with officials from the school district and government to get a glimpse into their lives and also government and the school district. And thank you everyone for volunteering your time to helping students learn more about your positions and what they could possibly do in the future. I want to give a special shout out to the Amador journalism team for successfully running the Amadon, which is our print school newspaper that gets released multiple times a year. They also received a $10,000 grant from the proceeds of the book Cruising Down Memory Lane, Stories of Pleasanton in the 1950s to support the program, which I believe was published around the centennial celebration, so congrats for that. They also they also got a Distinguished Site Award for the 2023-24 school year by the School Newspapers Online organization for our online publication, Amador Valley Today. So Amador Valley Journalism is just having a great year, and they're just doing amazing things for the school community, so congrats to them. Now moving on to a club at our school, the Amador Valley Girls Who Code Club. They held their 5th annual Girls Who Code Summit in March for elementary and middle school students, specifically targeting girls and getting them into the fields of STEM. And they had over 150 attendees, and they were able to have a lot of engaging activities related to computer science, engineering, and overall the STEM field. And I think that they did a great job engaging and properly getting awareness of having more girls in STEM, which we see is an emerging trend today with efforts such as this. So I'd like to thank and congratulate Amador Girls Who Code, both the leadership team and the teachers that helped run it. In March, I'm sure you guys have all heard, our small gym had a little incident where a small fire engulfed a portion of our entire building. The fire was contained and no injuries or casualties happened, so we are happy to say that. Students were given the all clear to return to school the next day, even despite having no electricity or power for half the day, but it's okay. I would like to thank school and district leadership for acting so swiftly for the emergency, and also emergency authorities that rapidly responded to the scene to make sure that the site was safe for students to return to. Moving on, our We the People team won the California States competition in Sacramento and then went on to place in the top 10 and at 7th in Washington, D.C. 2 weeks ago. And as a member of this team, I had a great experience and learned a lot about our government through this program. I really want to thank the district for giving us support and resources through busing, and I really appreciate our teachers supporting us through this program, because I honestly think that it was such a great experience to be part of this program. It really solidified my interest in what I want to do in the future, and overall I'm so glad that we have something like this in place for students to hands-on experience what government is and how they could also be more civically engaged. So thank you. 5 Amador students won the Juanita Hagen Community of Character Award, exhibiting the traits of the Pleasanton Community of Character. In addition, 2 of our students received the National Merit Scholarship. I want to just congratulate all of these students for their hard work and dedication. Also congratulate the winners from Foothill. We also had the Survival Rally last week on Friday during school to help raise school spirits and also just provide for a fun time during such a stressful climate. Students were able to compete in their grade levels and, just have a lot of school spirit to make sure that they win, but in the end, the seniors always win, so yeah. Juniors held Counterculture Day on Friday, too, and it was a great time just seeing everyone decked out in tie-dye and celebrating the hippie lifestyle on Hippie Hill, and I had a little flashback to when I did it last year, and I just think it's so fun. Amador has also been having several beautification projects to beautify the campus. It includes various projects like fence cups, a new on-campus marquee, and light post banners that are coming soon just to overall beautify our campus. The Mr. Amador Show is actually being held right now, tonight, to raise money for George Mark Children's House. I would like to give a special thanks to the dedicated team of students and adults who are helping put on this amazing show for a great cause. I think that they do a very great job every single year to fundraise for such an important cause and totally just engage the school community even more. And lastly, for activities, the class of 2024, which I'm a part of, is looking forward to our graduation and also numerous other senior activities. I want to personally thank the school and the parents that are behind the events, such as graduation, senior ball, all of that, just to make the last months of our K through 12 experience amazing. Now, moving on to athletics and music, I kind of grouped them together. Our varsity winter guard team placed 4th in the nation at the WGI World Championship, and they had previously won 1st place in the WGI Regionals and shattered records at the World Championship this year. I would like to congratulate the color guard for an absolutely amazing season, and they've been having amazing seasons for the past couple of years, so our music program is running strong. And on a similar note, our winter percussion team also won 1st place in their division in the NCPA competition this year. We're also hosting the CMEA Music Festival this weekend, where music groups from our school and schools all around come to compete and get critiqued by judges. I would like to thank our music teachers, Ms. Durbin, Mr. Grantham, and Mr. Fell, for creating and nurturing the amazing programs we have for the musicians and artists to truly engage in their craft and learn more about music while also being challenged. And none of this would be possible without these amazing teachers. We also have had some sports seasons, including a great track season, lacrosse, badminton, swim, and more. Specifically for track, they've been having many meets and a very successful season with many athletes qualifying for e-ball and doing very well in their events. So I would like to say good luck to everyone in the upcoming meets. And now to round off the speech, I have a couple of thank yous. I would like to thank Superintendent Hagland for your service and dedication these last 7 years, for being a role model and a leader in our community. We and I wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors, and thank you again for your service to Pleasanton students and our schools. And then lastly, I would like to thank Amador Valley High School and our amazing principal, Mr. Fay, for entrusting me with this position. Yep. For entrusting me with this position and giving me this great opportunity to present to the board, as well as represent the Amador student body. It has truly been a pleasure and honor to give you updates on behalf of my school. Thank you so much, and does anybody have any questions?
That was a great presentation. Thank you. Any questions? Oh, Trustee Brown?
So, very thorough report and very clear. Since your principal is here, one of the observations I had is it must be really hard to be a principal of a high school. You've got so many things going on, but those things are for the benefit of the students. So thank you for being here, supporting your students. One question I had, well, I had many questions, but I'll concentrate on just one. You mentioned that the We the People was formulative for you to decide what your next steps are.
Yeah.
Care to share that?
Yeah, for sure. So I'm currently, for college, I'm currently waiting on a couple of wait lists, so I'm not sure where I'm going to go yet. But I do know that in the future, I want to, after my undergraduate education, pursue go to law school and pursue a career in law. I'm currently leaning towards IP law or also maybe going into public service, and I definitely think the We the People program was able to solidify these interests and really help me realize what I want to do.
Awesome. Well, you're an excellent public speaker.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Trustee McCaughey?
So, great presentation, as Trustee Brown already stated. My question would be about the Mr. Amador Show. Is it going to be recorded by chance? Because
I don't think it's recorded because I know because you have to buy a ticket to enter because that's how they fundraise for the show. Mr. Fay, do you have any more details? They don't record it, right? They record it. Yeah, I don't think they record it. Unfortunately.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm going at 7:30. I'll check.
Well, my son's participating in it, so
really?
I've heard a lot about it.
Yeah.
And I appreciate your extended information on it because I didn't really know a whole lot about it, so that's great. And then I wanted to ask, did you by chance participate in the Girls That Code program as well, or did you just report on it? I'm just curious.
I wasn't at the summit, but in the past years I have been a part of the club. When I was taking AP Computer Science last year, I was able to go to their informational lessons that help you go along the lessons of APCS so that you don't lag behind, or if you need help, they're always there for extra tutoring. So I have had personal experience with the club, and I think it's just really great.
That's great. That's great. The reason why I ask is based upon your experience with the various activities that you've participated at Amador, I know that those types of activities to really promote the various subjects, coding and more industry-based subjects for women. What's your big takeaway with your experience from Amador? Any, besides We the People that you've mentioned, any other clubs or activities that you've participated in that you would recommend for fellow gals, younger, to become involved with, is my question.
There's a lot. Well, the one that I've been really prominently engaged in is from middle school. I was engaged in Model United Nations, which is a club that deals with international relations, and a lot of my public speaking skills did come from Model UN. You should have seen me in 7th grade and 8th grade. I was not ready to come up here and deliver a speech in front of everyone, but I think it really helped me get that confidence and learn more about the world overall and the United Nations, and I think that anybody that has the chance to join clubs that help increase their public speaking confidence, such as debate club, speech club, Model UN, mock trial, all of these clubs, while they do have specific concentrations in international policy and courts, they do also just foster this want to learn more and just want to perform better, even though it may be competitively. I think it just really helps students themselves get more confidence in themselves, because I was actually the president of our school's Model UN team, and over the years I could really see students that started off kind of shy and wouldn't come up in front of club presentations to those who are winning best delegates at conferences, and I'm really proud of everyone who chooses to put themselves out there, because I think all of these clubs really do a great job at fostering the next generation of public speakers, lawyers, engineers, and yeah.
Well, outstanding job. You just did a great on-the-fly presentation. So, great job, and thanks for the tips and recommendations for the younger peers in your generation. So congratulations. Great job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our last presentation is from middle school. Eric. I'm sorry, middle college. Whoa. Sorry, Eric.
Good evening, Superintendent Haglund, President Carrion, members of the board and executive cabinet. My name is Eric, and I am excited to be here to share what's happening in the middle college program at Las Positas. It is the time of year when seniors are hearing back from colleges and making plans for next year. While the majority of our seniors are going to stay at middle college, or not middle college, at Las Positas College, to complete transfer requirements, many of us are also going to go on to 4 years and universities. The middle college application process for next year is complete, so next year's juniors are already selected for 2026, and the juniors as well as seniors that are going to stay have completed their fall registration courses for next semester. Last Wednesday, middle college students attended the second annual One Love Festival at Las Positas College, which celebrated various cultures and communities. And we made a quilt of kindness, and the K-pop club started by our middle college students last year performed at the event. The juniors have started CASP testing last week, and they'll finish up by Friday this week. And the juniors in English class have started reading Everything I Never Told You by Celeste NG and working on a report for the book. Our seniors are currently researching subjects that follow the theme of making the world a better place. And in civics, they're working on a project where they try to protect the president from imaginary situations as he walks through the campus. The seniors are looking forward to celebrating our upcoming graduations at our middle college celebration on May 28th in the theater on our campus. And I'm pleased to say that our civics teacher, Mr. Verbis, has won the Teacher of the Year Award for Tri-Valley ROP. Lastly, I would like to congratulate Superintendent Hagland, and we are very thankful for the support of middle college over the years and wish you the best.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? No? Okay.
Just making sure Trustee Walker had the first opportunity to ask a question. So you mentioned that the juniors for next year have already been selected. Is there any sort of lessons learned or meet or greet or something like that the seniors in the program that are, or those that are finishing the program, can sort of give any tips and tricks or advice to the incoming students before you leave?
Before we leave. Usually, in the beginning of the semester, the previous juniors, which will be seniors, give like little note cards to the new juniors about like tips and tricks they want to like pass down.
Okay, perfect. That's the kind of thing I'd like to hear. So awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we are moving on to associations. Association of Pleasanton Teacher, Cheryl Atkins.
Thank you. Good evening, President Carrion, members of the board, cabinet, and our community. I'm Cheryl Atkins, and I am president of the Association of Pleasanton Teachers, APT. So thank you, President Carrion, for the moment of silence. I want to give my condolences of the families and my colleagues with the news of the recent tragedy of one of our Pleasanton families. I also want to acknowledge recognitions this evening. Congratulations to our integrity winners, Richard Neal, as well as our amazing Teacher of the Year, Paige Saunders. That's been the best part of this job, has been all of the fabulous educators and people that I have met along the way, and Paige is certainly one, and I know well deserving of this award. My board speech this evening is twofold. I want to address the recent news shared this week regarding the superintendent, as well as speak about proposed budget cuts. So many emotions were received by the recent announcement of the resignation of superintendent. This news presents an opportunity for renewal and progress. As the president of the Pleasanton Teachers Association, I'm asking on behalf of our members and the broader community to emphasize the importance of seizing this moment for a fresh start. Our association firmly believes that the selection of the next superintendent should be approached with a spirit of collaboration and inclusiveness. The teachers, staff, unions, and community members are deeply invested in the success of our district, and we all want to be active participants in the process of selecting our next educational leader. We respectfully urge the school board to consider deferring the selection of the new superintendent to the next elected board. This decision is crucial as it ensures that the voices of all stakeholders are heard and respected. Our future lies in the hands of the next elected representatives, and it is essential that they are empowered to make decisions that reflect the collective aspirations of our community. Furthermore, we cannot ignore the prevailing sense of negativity and division that has permeated the relationship between district management and employees. It is imperative that we work together to bridge these divides and foster a culture of unity and mutual respect. Our district has a proud history of collaboration and excellence, and it is our collective responsibility to reclaim that spirit of camaraderie. We must also address the issue of fair compensation for all employees. Salaries should be scrutinized to ensure that they show the value and dedication that each individual brings to their role. Just as we recognize the need to attract and retain our top talent, we need to attract and retain at all levels, and we must prioritize equitable compensation and work as one team with the same goals and priorities for all. Let's embrace this moment as an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to excellence and unity by involving teachers, staff, unions, and community members in the selection process. We can lay the foundation for a brighter future for our district, and together we can restore Pleasanton to its rightful place as a destination district where collaboration, teamwork, and student success are paramount. Secondly, I want to express grave concerns regarding the proposed budget cuts that have come to my attention, particularly those affecting vital student support services. One of the most alarming cuts I have heard is the reduction in the number of counselors. In the midst of an ongoing mental health crisis among students, this decision is deeply troubling. When we negotiated our most recent contract, it was our intention to maintain the status quo regarding counselors, recognizing their indispensable role in supporting our students' well-being. Fewer counselors translate to longer wait times for students seeking support and diminished face-to-face interaction with counselors when they do manage to secure an appointment. This not only hampers students' access to crucial mental health resources, but also undermines the quality of support that they receive. In high school, counselors play a pivotal role in writing letters of recommendation for college applicants and scholarships. Many students have worked their entire school life working for this goal of getting to college. With fewer counselors, the capacity to provide these essential recommendations will be severely compromised, ultimately impacting the opportunities available to our students. Moreover, I have been informed of proposed cuts to intervention specialists and the English language development sections at our middle schools. These decisions are deeply troubling as they directly impact the classroom experience for our students. By reducing resources available for intervention and English language support, we risk leaving behind some of our most vulnerable learners. As advocates for our students, it is our collective responsibility to ensure that budget cuts are kept as far away from the classroom as possible. Every decision we make must prioritize the well-being and academic success of our students. Cutting essential student support services not only undermines our commitment to their success, but also jeopardizes their overall educational experience. So I urge the school board to reconsider these proposed budget cuts and explore alternative solutions that safeguard the integrity of our educational system and prioritize the needs of our students. Together, let us reaffirm our commitment to providing every student with the support and resources they need to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. I thank you for your attention to this matter. APT looks forward to working collaboratively with the school board and district management to address these pressing concerns and chart a course towards positive change and renewal, and ensures the well-being of our students, that remains our top priority. So, thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Now we have California School Employees Association, Laura Martinez.
So good evening, Superintendent Haglund, President Carrion, members of the board, trustees, cabinet, valued colleagues, and community members. As the president of Classified School Employees Association, I stand before you today with a sense of great sadness as we face the tough loss of a Pleasanton family who lost their lives in a terrible accident last night. I know the district is offering counseling services for students and staff at the schools which have been directly impacted by this sudden and most difficult loss. Our members and I are here to support our students and staff in any way that we can. In light of this tragedy, it's essential that we come together as a community to provide support and comfort where it's needed most. Now more than ever, we must prioritize the well-being of our students and staff. As we move forward, I am reminded of the resilience of our community, which I am a part of, and the strength we find in supporting and comforting one another. While there's much to share, I will be brief in light of today's news. In the spirit of unity and support, I want to address the important matters facing our district as we approach the end of the school year and prepare for another transition ahead. First and foremost, I'm still processing the impending departure of our superintendent. We are yet again entering another period of significant change. And as we navigate this transition, it's crucial that we maintain continuity and stability. While we are facing anticipated budget cuts, the establishment of the Superintendent Budget Advisory Committee is more imperative than ever, especially during this leadership transition. The committee will work collaboratively to develop a comprehensive plan that prioritizes our students' needs while addressing financial challenges we face. We must ensure transparency and accountability in this process with a firm commitment to safeguarding our students from any adverse effects. Furthermore, as reductions occur, we must not lose focus on supporting our staff on the ground who are essential in meeting the diverse needs of our students. Ensuring stability and continuity during these challenging times will be crucial in maintaining the quality of education and services we provide. On a positive note, regarding recent negotiations held on Monday, April 22nd, between CSEA and the district team, while we didn't reach any agreements, we had productive discussions on various topics, including the fair share model, Me Too, job descriptions, and potential reopeners for the upcoming school year. We are scheduled to meet again on May 3rd to continue these discussions. It is my firm belief, as we face these challenges and changes, we need to remain united in our commitment to providing the best possible education for our students. Together with transparency, collaboration, and focus on student well-being, I am hopeful that we will navigate these challenges successfully. Thank you. As a matter of record, I would like to submit my statement to become part of the board minutes. So I'm going to turn them in. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Laura. Okay, we now come to the part of public comments. Thank you for being here. The board appreciates and supports input at our meetings. But just a reminder that due to the Brown Act, the board members have a very limited way to respond to comments that are made. We do care about what you say, and we are absolutely listening. Who's first?
Right, our first public comment for the evening is from Bree Barnett-Dreyfus.
Says on. Good evening. Each week, our administration gathers together all the necessary information our staff needs to see in a Monday memo. Our counselors were mentioned 54 times so far in this running document, and a dozen of those times were staff shout-outs. Our opportunities to celebrate and thank each other for going above and beyond for our students. The other times counselors were mentioned are a testament to how vital they are to our campus. Some topics included a suicide prevention handout our counselors made for the staff and information about the training they would provide. How counselors were communicating to families and students that were frequently truant about the importance of attending school and earning our district ADA funds. The interventions and counselors could offer through the cost referral process to catch the students that were slipping through the cracks. Scheduling guidance nights, curriculum fair information, scheduling about grade levels, access drop-in hours, one-on-one schedule reviews for those that were in danger of not meeting graduation requirements. Group counseling services and the processes for the Wellness Center for students needing a mental health break. Wellness Week and anti-stress efforts during finals week and more. I hold a credential in the state of California to teach physics. I do not hold a credential to advise adequately students going through a mental health crisis, or one about how to file a FAFSA, or secure outside counseling services for students in a mental health crisis, or how to get them into college in or out of state, or to how to properly file a legal 504. Your teaching staff are not going to be able to pick up the slack for cutting your counselors. If this staffing decision moves forward, students will not get the appointments with the counselors as frequently as they need them. A meta-analysis of students on depression and anxiety in youth during the COVID-19 pandemic found that adolescent depression rose 25%, anxiety rose 20%, more so in older teens, my students and girls. A related paper suggested that there was no silver bullet in helping our students, but instead we must use a combination of services, intervention, and prevention techniques, including those in school. If this staffing decision moves forward, students also won't be able to get the college advising, scheduling changes, help with transcripts, nor the letters of recommendation they need for the colleges they want to provide to. I have to date written 53 letters of recommendation and letters for students for 53 students. It's actually 92 letters and forms, but 53 individual students. I know every one of these counselors has me beat. This especially negatively impacts our students that cannot afford to pay thousands of dollars for private college counselors. You know which students are going to have the ability to get outside help and which ones can't. Reviewing the data prepared for the Curriculum and Instruction Committee and the LCAP listening campaign, our most marginalized students are not meeting our college and career indicator goals. What do you think those graphs are going to look like next year when you have counselors that have 50% more caseload? According to your equity statement, we believe educational equity means that each child receives what they need to develop their full academic and social potential to lead a self-fulfilled life where they will become a resourceful, resilient, responsible, and engaged citizen, making a better world. You go on to specify that educational equity is ensuring equally high outcomes for all in our educational system by removing the predictability of successes or failures that currently correlates with social and cultural factors, while promoting access to all pathways that build college or career readiness. And in order to provide, the district will establish regular schedules for assessing diverse student needs based on disaggregated data to provide each student with equitable access to a high-quality curriculum, instruction, support, facilities, and other educational resources. Your counselors are their support. Decreasing our secondary counseling staff does not support our students and will in fact make it depressingly predictable who will and will not succeed. To decrease our counseling services is to consciously acknowledge you do not prioritize the mental health needs of our students nor the needs of all of your students. Thank you.
All right, next is Louise Strouch.
Board of Trustees, Dr. Hagland, Cabinet members and Pleasanton community. I'm here to speak to you as a parent of recent Foothill graduates, and I'm also the current Counselling Secretary at Amador Valley, where I literally have a front seat view of the essential services our counselling team provide to students. And I get to work with our wonderful, diverse group of counsellors who reflect the diversity of our community. It's with that familiarity and knowledge that I'm urging you to please reconsider the cuts proposed to the counselling staff at all schools in the district. The educational opportunities now available to students are vast, but also very complex to navigate. Our students can take courses at PVA, community college, with external providers, as well as the array of courses offered here. All of this means that the role of the school counsellor has grown exponentially, even in the 4 years since my first student graduated from Foothill. As well as meeting the needs of our high achievers, we also have kids who really struggle. I had no idea until I came to work in the school office, just from my narrow prism of being a parent, how hard and how difficult the lives are of some kids who are within our Pleasanton community. Our counsellors coach, they encourage, they work closely with teachers to get these kids over the graduation line. Families rely on counsellors to advise on course schedules, to provide support during mental health and physical illnesses, to assist with 504 plans, IEPs, and the many college applications. We have kids now applying to 20, 30 colleges because the California system is so competitive. Finally, but critically, counsellors provide a crucial support system for students. They mediate fraught relationships with family members, friends, or teachers. For some kids, it's not an exaggeration to say that counsellors are a lifeline and sometimes a lifesaver. If we cut the number of counsellors, the kids who have parents who are familiar with our education system and have access to resources, those kids may be okay. But it's the students without these, with those to advocate for them, who don't have the resources, who don't speak English or struggle in our competitive system, who will fall behind. Please do not let them down. I know this is a difficult financial time and the district faces tough choices, but families rely on our board members to ensure that any cuts impact our students, especially the most vulnerable, as little as possible. Please support our students by saving our counsellors. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, next speaker, Yasari.
Hello, my name is Yusari McIntyre Ponce, and I am one of the counselors at Amador Valley. Thank you all for taking the time to listen to us. I wanted to voice my concerns regarding the counseling positions that are being cut across the district. I have been at Amador ever since I graduated my graduate program in 2021. In the 3 years that I've been at Amador, I've seen an increase in mental health issues, school avoidance, and general increase of workload, especially this year due to our change to Synergy. I am honestly very worried about our students if we do end up losing 2 counselors at Amador. Our ability to support our students will be deeply affected with the loss of those 2 positions. I worry as well that with higher caseloads, the counseling staff won't be able to be preventative with our services and will have to take a more reactive counseling approach. Our day-to-day consists of 504 meetings, answering emails from students, parents, and other staff members, supporting students in crises, attending meetings like HOST and SART, checking with students, and depending on the time of year, we could be working on schedule changes, college applications, or course selections for the following year. As it is already, we are juggling a lot on our plates. Counseling is such an essential part of our school community, and we cannot afford to lose any counselors. Thank you for your time.
All right, next speaker is Zuhal Hashimi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Zuhal Hashimi, and I am a first-year counselor at Amador Valley. I am one of the academic counselors as well as the college career counselor. I actually received my temporary release letter in February, but I wanted to take this time to just give you an idea of what this role is and some of what I've been working on this year. So some of the things that I've been working on are I've been helping with the four-year presentations with the incoming 8th graders, 9th graders, and 10th graders on course planning through Zello. I do a lot with post-high school planning, both targeted and requested. That means a lot of helping students explore all of their options, whether that's trade school, college, military, or the workforce. I've done a lot of help with college searches with families, and that means sitting with students one-on-one to determine where to apply, how to build a college list, what they need to do to get there, what college might look like. And a lot of it actually also involves coaching parents through the process and how to support their students through it. A lot of parents haven't gone through the process themselves or haven't gone through the process in a while, or maybe they are parents of students who want to do something that they've never even heard of, like be a D1 athlete or go to art school or go to music school. I also do a lot of check-ins regarding financial aid. I do one-on-one application help. I explain the FAFSA. I plan workshops around the FAFSA. I also send out information to keep students informed and updated, including the counseling newsletter, which I create, the college and career newsletter, and the college and career website, which I update. There's also a lot of planning events in my role, so a lot of fairs, college visits, scholarship fairs, job fairs, military and public service fairs, apprenticeship and trades fairs, FAFSA workshops, Las Positas application workshops, and more. And each of those means that we're bringing these providers to campus so that our students have the chance to work with them one-on-one, to do these applications in person, to talk to employers, to talk to scholarship providers. We brought representatives from Las Positas to sit with the students and do the FAFSA with them, to explain the new FAFSA, to do the Las Positas application. I also helped plan CTE Month at Amador, where each week was dedicated to celebrating the CTE pathways. We invited speakers from companies like Tesla and Clorox and made sure students were able to connect with and hear from professionals in all these fields. I also do a lot with planning field trips. This year we went to an HBCU college fair, to Cal State East Bay, University of the Pacific, to the Finishing Trades Institute, Las Positas College, and to the Joint Electricianship Training Center. So for many of our students who go on these field trips, this is the first time they've ever stepped foot on a college campus, the first time they've ever heard of these careers and trades, or maybe they're really passionate about this career and they have no way to learn more about it. It's really fun helping them learn about their opportunities after high school. We work hard to make sure that we outreach to students, understand their interests and passions, and then make sure they're connected to that field, whether it's a trade school rep, an admissions officer from university, or an employer offering an internship. But yeah, I love my job and it's been fun. Thank you for your time.
All right, next is Alan Yu.
Hello, my name is Alan Yu, and I am a school psychologist at Amador Valley High School. I am speaking tonight to support my fellow counselors due to the current cuts reallocation that are planned. Parents and community members, if my speech resonates with you, please contact your board members to admonish them to not cut or reallocate any counseling positions or any positions that directly work with students. Board members, please authentically consider what we've all had to say and do the right thing for students and families, the ones you represent. As staff that works directly with students, we want what is best for Pleasanton students. In my short tenure at Amador, I have seen entire departments leave for better pay and or easier positions. My first year, the majority of vice principals left. Most took on better paying jobs at the district office. The next year, the majority of counselors left for better pay benefits in neighboring districts. My department has seen similar things this year as well. And what is the effect on people when people leave? Students are losing out on caring, passionate staff, and there is no continuity. Everyone suffers, especially the students. And how did we get to this point? In the last 5 years, the district has seen an 8% decrease in student enrollment. About 25 elementary positions were cut, and another 14 is anticipated in the next school year. However, during the last 5 years, management positions have increased by 70%. Let that sink in. Not 7%, 70. At a time when enrollment is dropping, there is proliferation of management positions. So now when there is salary modifications to be comparable to neighboring districts, it feels like staff are being punished by facing cuts to positions that are so directly related to student success, such as counseling positions that make such a huge difference in their social, emotional, and academic lives. Year after year, we've been pleading for more social, emotional, and counseling supports. Instead, what did the district do? They hired a management position to look at the data. Rather than cutting positions that work directly with students, like counselors, there should be consideration to proportionately cut the positions that rapidly grew the years before that have contributed to the financial issues we currently face. Do what is best for Pleasanton students, and please do not cut the counseling positions. Thank you.
Okay, next is Jennifer Yu, followed by Jasmine Torres.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Yu, and I've been the support counselor for Amador Valley High School in the last 7 years. I also have Solana Olson, who's my counterpart at Foothill, joining me in solidarity. As a support counselor, I work with an amazing team of counselors in supporting students' personal, social, and emotional well-being. My focus as a support counselor role is to address student mental health needs that inevitably comes up during an often tumultuous and significant time of development. This includes putting on preventative wellness programming, like advocating for our wellness centers and organizing school-wide wellness events. I, along with my counseling team, are one of the few trained professionals on campus that offer mental health support to students. We address students who drop into the counseling office in crisis, and that often means dropping what we're working on to be present for a student that is struggling and seeking support. We've completed over 30 suicide risk assessments this year so far, most likely an underreported number. We work with families and their students to navigate their education while they go through these struggles. We've held many reentry meetings with families for students who return from a hospitalization for depression or a long period of absence due to mental health challenges. Although I do not have a specific caseload of students designated by student last names, I do work with any and all students on campus. I am often a referral resource for students who are referred to our coordination of services or COSS team who are in need of more social emotional support. Parents and teachers know that I'm an additional support for students as well and will refer students to me that they're concerned about. I have students that I meet with regularly, some since they've been freshmen at our school. That's my caseload, along with any students dropping in wanting to meet with a counselor regarding personal matters. We all are aware that the rates of childhood and adolescent mental health issues have been rising steadily. School counselors are often at the front lines observing these rising mental health challenges. We meet with students who are anxious, who are struggling with depression, or struggling with loneliness and isolation, or struggling with substance use. We see how students struggle every day, and we're passionate about being there for them during the low points in their life, but also want to be there to celebrate the wins and the accomplishments. It is irresponsible of the district to cut counselor allocations at a time when we need more counselors more than ever. For Amador, losing 1.88 FTE means the possibility of losing a full-time support counselor. Students will ultimately still have the mental health support, as all counselors are trained for mental health crisis intervention and suicide risk assessments, but it'll mean longer response times for things that we may need to put off in order to prioritize the more urgent mental health needs of our students. It will mean less face-to-face time with students, which is often the time where we get to hear about how students are really doing. Our team pride ourselves on being visible and being available to students who come into our offices every day. That may be a struggle as our workloads increase with the new allocation. We can't afford to lose 2 counselors at Amador. Pleasanton students deserve the best. Thank you for your time.
All right, Jasmine Torres.
Good evening, Dr. Haglin, PUSD Board of Trustees, Cabinet members, and Pleasanton community. My name is Jasmine Torres, and I'm a school counselor at Amador Valley High School. This year, I've also served as the counselor for our English language learners. I'm here to speak on my role in the impact cutting a counselor will have on our English language learners and newcomer students. As the EL counselor, I have met with each student in our ELD classes this year. I have monitored their progress in their classes, grades, credits completed, and have made credit recovery referrals for students needing to remediate those credits to be on track to graduate. I have led Student Success Team SST meetings as early interventions for English learners who need additional support to be successful in and outside of the classroom. I have also attended 5 Familia Unidas parent night meetings. I am one of 2 Spanish-speaking counselors at Amador Valley. Most importantly, I have counseled our graduating EL seniors this year in their post-secondary plans, and 77% will be attending Las Positas or Diablo Valley College in the fall. Our English language learners and newcomer students deserve to have a dedicated counselor to support them academically and social-emotionally. These students juggle learning a new language, working outside of school to support their families, and completing their assignments to still pass their classes. These students are resilient, intelligent, and hardworking. They slip through the cracks, and losing a counselor is making that gap wider. In addition to my EL caseload, I also support Alpha and 9th through 12th grade students. As counselors, we support students' academic needs to ensure they are on track to receive their high school diploma and achieve their post-secondary goals. As counselors, we wrote over 450 letters of recommendation for seniors applying to four-year universities and other grade levels applying to summer programs. Counselors monitor student progress every semester, provide dedicated note-taking to all 504 meetings, process schedule changes, conduct individual senior meetings, provide classroom presentations, college application labs, create counseling newsletters, manage and complete school reports, and review transcripts. With 2 fewer counselors at Amador, this creates a void in the services we will be able to provide. This would create longer response times to email inquiries from students, families, and colleagues. We compose junior status letters to students missing a graduation requirement or a requirement to be eligible for college. With fewer counselors and higher caseloads, attention to this detail could be missed. All services regarding scheduling, academic and college advising, and letters of recommendation will be reduced or limited when staff counseling is cut. Students deserve access to a counselor to have their questions answered and feel supported up until the day they cross the graduation stage. Pleasanton students deserve the best always. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Cheryl Pacheco, followed by Karen Friesen.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Pacheco. I'm the head counselor at Amador Valley High School. I've been a counselor for 26 years, in the district for 23 years, and at Amador Valley High School for 21 years. I'm a product of the Pleasanton school system. I went to Fairlands, Harvest Park, and don't tell my students, Foothill High School. I'm here to talk to you about my concerns about the reduction in counseling for next school year. We're looking at almost 2 full-time counselors being cut. Right now, we have 6 alpha counselors, a .6 college and career counselor, and a full-time support counselor. And you've heard from some of the members of my amazing team. I've seen a lot of changes over the years as a counselor in the district. As the other counselors have mentioned, we've seen an increase in the level of depression, anxiety, social anxiety, and school avoidance, especially after the pandemic. On a positive note, we've seen an increase in students applying for college. So that means an increase in college applications, an increase in our presentations to students to educate them about the requirements for college admissions, presentations on how to complete college applications, and application workshops where we work one-on-one with students to answer their questions as they go through the stressful process of completing and submitting their college applications. This year, during the month of October, I wrote 85 letters of recommendation. With the increase in my caseload for next school year, if I look at the same percentage, that's writing 130 letters of recommendation for the month of October. That's essentially a novel. I worry about the amount of time that I'm going to be able to spend on each individual letter of recommendation. And my students have been working for college since kindergarten. And I want to make sure that I'm doing a good job in doing my best to support them in going on to college. I also have seen an increase in the amount of appointments that students and parents want to make with me, which again is amazing. Right now, I allow families to book appointments 2 weeks in advance, and most weeks they're booked until the next opening. So there's a really high demand. And again, that's with my caseload right now of being around 450 students. If we look at the increase for next year, my caseload is going to be around 640 students. So my concern is, how long will it take for students to make an appointment with me? What do those impacts and those delays in times, how does that impact the students? We have an amazing counseling team here at Amador, and I don't want to lose any of them. And I worry about the delays, their lack of access to see their counselor, what impact that's going to have on our kids. So I encourage you to please reconsider cutting counselors. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, next we have Karen Friesen, followed by Renee Culver.
Good evening. My name is Karen Friesen, and I am the school counselor at Moore Elementary. I am the only person from elementary who was able to be here this evening due to some illness on the team, so I feel a heavy responsibility to convey the way that our younger students are impacted by these proposed cuts. At elementary, the proposed cuts this year are only a 0.2 at Moore Elementary and a 0.2 at Hearst Elementary. However, we are the only counselors at our school sites. And I'd like to speak for a moment more specifically about my own school site, Moore Elementary. The CDC identifies that the primary protective factor for youth mental health is feeling connected to family and to school. Ensuring that every single student on campus can identify the safe adults to turn to in times of need has been a huge priority at Moore. If any of you were to step onto our campus and ask any student who their safe adults are, I am confident that any one of our students could identify who those adults are. Due to declining enrollment, our site has lost more permanent teaching staff than any other elementary site over the past 5 years. As a consequence, many of these safe adults for these kids have disappeared from their lives. Since 2020, Moore has had 3 different counselors. When I am out sick for one day, students become distressed and ask teachers and administrators if I will ever be back. The decision to reduce schools' counseling services leads to a redistribution and reshuffling of the school sites, and it's not being made with a student-centered lens. We are not talking about just numbers on a spreadsheet. We're talking about human beings. Mental health doesn't take a day off when there's no school counselor assigned to that school site on that day. Student needs go unmet. Our smallest elementary sites are already underserved, with only 2 days per week of school psychology, speech pathology, and even a resource teacher for special education. Cut-in counseling at these sites will have a huge impact on these students' daily lives. Pleasanton students deserve access to consistently available support from the school counselors who are so often their safe adults on campus. Budget decisions are all about weighing priorities. I urge PUSD to make student mental health and well-being a top priority. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Renee Culver. I am a parent of 2 students in the district. One will be incoming middle school and one will be incoming high school. So it's a very emotionally rich environment in my house right now. I realize that budgeting is difficult and never easy, but I support all the statements that have been made by APT and the fellow speakers about really double checking, reassessing what we're doing with our district budget, and also making that a more public, viewable piece. Especially over this past year, I think that a real detailed address to the public with what the district does with their budget would be a benefit. I want to recognize that the current structure, the current counselors have reduced the number of high need interventions for crisis, with even, as we heard, an increase in depression and all the effects from COVID and the aftermath. I think that these are programs that save lives, and so a very intentional look at those reductions should be made. I want to also recognize the historical ratio of caseload to counselor that this district has, especially the high school. It's even increased over these last negotiations. It's more than twice the national average. And I think that that model works currently because we have dedicated counselors for mental health. So as a less than fully informed, I'm not a counselor, I'm just a parent, I want to support maintaining that structure that we currently see. The health, the counseling, the scheduling, it cannot be condensed and maintain that kind of mental services. So as a parent of an incoming high school student especially, I support maintaining the current staffing. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Jennifer Kelly.
Good evening. I'm Jennifer Kelly, PUSD parent and Foothill teacher. I teach math. I'm a numbers person. So let me give you some numbers. 38, 38, 34, 33, 33, 6, 2. That is the number of times I've contacted each member of our counseling department via email this year alone. That is 184 emails just from me, one teacher, on a staff of close to 100. And for each of these 184 emails, I've gotten at least one back in return. Never once has my need or my concern about a student gone unanswered or unaddressed by the amazing counselors at our school. 184 is a huge number, but it doesn't include the many, many times this year that I've run up to the office to call on their expertise because I had a concern that couldn't wait or a worry that was just too big. Every one of those times, they've stopped in the middle of what they were doing to welcome me in, to listen, and to help. Every single time. If I could tell you just some of the reasons why I've reached out to our amazing counselors, it would be both eye-opening and heartbreaking. I don't know how they do that job, but I am so grateful that they do. They provide a vital service to our school and the children in our community. We need our counselors, and we need them to have manageable caseloads so they can show up to work with the capacity to continue caring and to do the amazing, incredibly difficult job they do. I understand that cuts need to be made, but we need to keep those cuts as far away from students as possible. Cutting counselors is directly hurting children at a time when their needs are higher than ever. It makes no sense. Please don't do it. Thank
you. All right. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. I know there are a lot of these tonight comments. We have two, even though it's not on the agenda on this topic, online, so we're going to go to them very quickly and then pivot. So Rain Anderson, if you want to unmute, go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Raina Anderson, and I'm a counselor at Pleasanton Middle School, and this is my 18th year at PUSD. I'm extremely grateful for all of the hard work of the bargaining and organizing teams, as well as the executive board and APT members. They've put in countless hours to reach an agreement. It was weeks and weeks and weeks and months of collaboration and effort. Just as we thought the process was over, the management announces cuts to the counseling program are needed to right-size the budget. It is unconscionable that the district would hold this information after such a lengthy negotiating process. We know that mental health support is needed now more than ever. According to a recent article in the American Association of Pediatrics Journal, mental health professionals have witnessed soaring rates of mental health challenges, including emergency room visits, hospitalizations, and suicides. We have barely emerged from the COVID-19 pandemic. It seems irresponsible to cut these vital positions now. These cuts will harm countless students and families. We ourselves in middle school have seen a huge increase in all kinds of students, different kinds of crises with students. We too spend lots and lots of time in SST meetings, 504 meetings, cost teams, making presentations, et cetera, et cetera. I implore the district to look for other solutions to balance their budgets. Budgets are not only numbers, but a moral document. What are PUSD's values? Thank you for your time.
All right. And Shri Bila, if you unmute, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I hope that everyone can hear me. My name is Shri Bila, and I am a recent graduate of Amador Valley High School. As someone who has experienced the vital support of school counselors firsthand, I'm here to emphasize the importance of maintaining and expanding these positions rather than reducing them. When I was a freshman in high school, I was living with my biological parents, who were very abusive. I didn't feel like I had a trusted adult to go to report what was going on. I met with my school counselor, Miss Clara Perry, for the first time in November of my freshman year. Miss Perry initially met with me in response to concerns raised by one of my teachers. Despite my initial reluctance to open up, Miss Perry continued meeting with me. I gradually began to trust her, eventually confiding in her about what was going on at home. As a mandated reporter, she made several reports every time I disclosed something. CPS got involved several times, but didn't do much. CPS wasn't going to place me into foster care, even though it was necessary. But Miss Perry fiercely advocated for me and even reached out to the police department, which led me to be placed in foster care, which ultimately saved my life. I was fortunate enough to be able to stay at AVHS for the rest of high school. Throughout high school, I dealt with a lot, from the pandemic to foster care to multiple court hearings a week. But no matter what was going on in my life, I felt like I could always go to Miss Perry's office and I wouldn't be judged for how I was feeling. She provided a safe space where I felt understood and supported. She communicated with my teachers, advocating for my needs both academically and personally. Not only did she advocate for me, but Miss Perry helped me find my own voice so I could advocate for myself. Miss Perry eventually went to be a counselor at Foothill after my junior year. Since Miss Perry was no longer at Amador Valley, other counselors such as Miss Jones, Miss Ponce, Miss Tran, and Miss Yu took me under their wing and provided me invaluable support. I was facing uncertainty about attending college due to financial constraints, and Miss Jones and many of the other counselors tirelessly advocated on my behalf for in-state tuition and helped me secure private scholarships, making college a reality for me. I have seen the profound impact a school counselor can have on a student's life. I've also observed the challenges our counselors face. With an increasing number of students in need of academic and mental health support, reducing the number of counselors is not the solution. Maintaining adequate counselor staffing levels is crucial to ensure timely access to support for students. School counseling is an exceptionally demanding profession, and counselors are already stretched thin. I urge PUSD to reconsider any plans to reduce counselor positions. Thank you.
All right. Our next public speaker is Rajat Gupta.
Hi everyone. I'm a PUST parent representing one of our schools, Walnut Grove. That's where my daughter goes. And this is regarding some of the outdoor education changes that we have observed. And I'm fairly new to the process, to be honest, so I may not be stating everything accurately. Please pardon me for that. We have a few other parents also who are going to represent on the same topic. What I have heard and understood, listening to other parents from other schools within the PUST and Walnut Grove, for the 5th grade, it seems like the sites that are chosen are different, and the experience that the students are going to experience is going to be way different as compared to some of the other students at neighboring schools. And the experience that has happened, this is about the Livermore experience that is planned, hasn't been liked by the students as much. So we would really urge you to help us, help principal and help the staff make a right choice for our students. Thank you so much.
All right. right, next up is Kim Kleiber, followed by Brandon Schreiber.
Good evening, Superintendent Haglund, President Carrion, members of the board, trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight and your service on the board. I have a first, third, and fifth grader at Walnut Grove. It has been, for the most part, really wonderful being there. I am here today on behalf of myself and a lot of parents here and at the school. I'm here seeking help in making Pleasanton schools more equitable in their field trip and outdoor education offerings. Every other Pleasanton elementary school plans for their students to go to the coast for 3 to 4 nights to experience an outdoor education in an environment unlike the one we live in. The current Walnut Grove 5th grade class that my son is in was initially told they would go to Livermore this year, but the parents campaigned and then the teachers surveyed us, and every single student and parent wanted Santa Cruz for the experience that it's always been in Pleasanton is Santa Cruz. And it was thankfully changed to Santa Cruz for 2 nights. So most schools do 3 to 4 nights. Current 4th grade parents were not given a survey or any information. They were just informed that outdoor ed was going to be Livermore next year. No discussion. Walnut Grove has a community involvement, so this feels like a slap in the face of the community. A large group of parents met with Mrs. Silva to discuss this and express our concerns about outdoor ed being in a coastal area versus our backyard. We were informed today that there is no further discussion and they are pushing ahead with Livermore next year. The community does not want this. We have a 300-plus parent volunteer community that wants to help and change and do whatever is possible, make a field trip coordinator, do whatever. We have spoken of forming our own outdoor ed experience in a coastal area and pulling our kids from school for those days. That's how passionate we are about this. We want an equitable experience to all other Pleasanton schools. In addition to outdoor ed, we have also not returned to the amazing field trips that used to happen at Walnut Grove, like Columbia. Other Pleasanton elementary schools are getting back to their field trip enrichment programs, like Crab Cove and Coyote Hills for 3rd grade, Sacramento and Coyote Hills for 4th grade, Chabot Science Center and Exploratorium for 5th grade. The only field trip this whole year for the current 5th grade class at Walnut Grove was 2 nights of outdoor ed. That's it. This does not feel like the principal or the 5th grade teaching team who planned this are being laser focused on making sure our kids get the best, like they said the kids deserve on the APT website. I wrote a letter in support of teachers during negotiations. This does not feel like we are being supported now. Just like their website says, Pleasanton students deserve the best. I hope the 5th grade team will see that an equitable field trip enrichment plan should be included in that. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Hi, Board. I'm here as well to speak about Walnut Grove and its outdoor ed program. Actually, I'm following up from an email I sent just a few nights ago. For a little bit of background, I actually grew up here in Pleasanton. I myself attended outdoor ed in Santa Cruz. I have siblings who are actually even older than me with even more gray hair who also attended outdoor ed in Santa Cruz. This, for as far as I know, it's a 40-plus year tradition that has benefited so many students. I'm sure looking out here, many of the parents, many of the faculty, many people have been able to participate in this tradition. So I found out recently that Walnut Grove, the only school in the elementary school district, decided just recently to send our students to Livermore. So you can imagine this came as a huge shock to me to find out that this long-living tradition was suddenly changed. Not only that, as was mentioned before, the number of days was also altered and changed so that it doesn't meet the standards of these other schools. For Walnut Grove, it was changed to 2 days. The other schools get 4 days. Actually, Alisal gets 5 days. So this is a huge change and difference from what the other schools get to experience. And I've read all of the reasons that were given for this decision. Many of those reasons were told that this was in the interest of the students. This is what the parents wanted. I would say very much, though, that's not the case. Many of us as parents have been speaking. Many of us know the programs, what's offered at all the other schools, and this is definitely not what we've advocated for. I'm also very familiar with the differences between Livermore and the coast of Santa Cruz. Grew up camping, grew up, going throughout the Bay Area, and I know that these experiences are not equal. So I'm here to simply say this: we as parents expect more from Walnut Grove. And it's a very simple request. We're just asking for what every other school in the district has been able to benefit from for 40 plus years. So this sudden change is really alarming. And just one final point on this. I think it's easy to look at this and say, well, it's just one school, it's just one program, it's a minor thing. The reality is, and to be very clear, when you make a decision based on convenience, that spills over into other decisions. And that can erode the overall experience for our students, because as soon as you say it's good enough and we're going to make a decision because it's convenient, that will start to affect other things. And pretty soon, that slippery slope starts to impact everything. And I myself pride myself in this place that I've grown up in that's always been known for a stellar education system, and I don't want to see it eroded. I want my kids to have the experience that I've had and so many of us have had here. Thank you.
All right, moving on to our other in-person comments. Janelle Beltran, sorry.
Hello, I'm Janelle Beltran. I've been on the PTA board for the last 2 years, and I have a first and fourth grader at Walnut Grove, and I'm here tonight to speak on the 5th grade outdoor ed trip. As my other people here have mentioned, every school in Pleasanton has historically and recently gone to the Santa Cruz area for outdoor ed, and for at least 3 nights. In 2022, our school went to Camp Arroyo in Livermore for 2 nights as a backup plan due to an unfortunate weather issue. Now Camp Arroyo is the only option we're given, without input, insight from students or parents of our community. No communication whatsoever. I spoke with Ms. Silva regarding this issue many times, in PTA meetings, in person at school, emails. Our community has offered to help fund, plan, coordinate in any way to make this change happen. Ms. Silva has failed to deliver any transparency or results. Outdoor ed is already booked for Livermore next year for 2 nights. Please help us fix this. We are reaching out to the board to help us get this changed so our kids have an equitable experience. In addition to outdoor ed, we also have not returned to the amazing field trips that used to happen at Walnut Grove. We want the same equitable, enriching experiences as the other schools in our district. Pleasanton deserves the best. Thank you.
All right, next is Cheryl Atkins.
Hello. I want to talk about outdoor education too. And I am right now very sad for our teachers that I have met with and have sat and put their hearts. They do outdoor education. They do this out of the goodness and kindness of their heart. They have planned activities for these students. They have a great program planned, and they are feeling defeated by parents that are not happy and rallying. It is not true that every other school goes. We have 3 schools going to the Wolf schools, okay? It is not true that it has always been something that Pleasanton has done. There are lots of things. There's been Pigeon Point. There were years when we didn't go to camp at all because there were some issues that happened. So that is not true either. I feel like this is a slap in the face to the teachers, that somebody said it's a slap in the face to the parents. So I appreciate that our parents usually get up here and support us. This is a place where we're feeling, where we have a difference, and you are in charge. You are obviously have the right to your opinions, but
we should be encouraging and supporting our teachers, because right now they are feeling like, why would I want to go away from my family and my children and go and do this when this is the reality of how they're being treated instead of being supported. They've got great things planned for your students. I've been involved in the conversations. I've been involved with Mrs. Silva, and she's doing the right thing by supporting her teachers in what they have planned. So, and all the schools don't have to be the same. Everybody doesn't have to do everything the same. So that's what makes us different. And if you have reasons for why you do what you do, and you can speak to them, and if you speak to those 5th grade teachers over at Walnut Grove, you're going to be impressed and you're going to be happy with what they are doing and what they have planned. So we don't all have to be cookie cutters and do everything exactly the same. So, thank you.
All right, moving to some online public comments. Next up is Rahul Aware. I don't see your name, so if you're with us, just raise your hand and I'll give you the ability to speak. Otherwise, I'll move on. All right, moving to Robin Darby. Robin, go ahead and unmute.
Hi there. My name's Robin Darby. I'm a mother and wife to a husband who actually grew up in Pleasanton and has great memories of the many field trips and outdoor ed 5 days he was at Alisal they took. Anyhow, I have 3 children in the Pleasanton School District, high school, middle school, and elementary school. So my youngest in elementary school is looking forward to have the same experience that her siblings had, and you know, the outdoor education experience and the you know, to go outside of the area, not just locally. And we do understand that teachers have busy schedules and competing priorities, but the benefits of outdoor education are undeniable, and I want to keep it short and sweet, but I think that this is an important part of, which is why we're here, and I support everything that Kim said and Janelle and everyone else with what we want for our kids, and we want to come to an agreement so that going forward we have the outdoor education and we have the field trips, because we do know that every other school in Pleasanton goes to the coast, and so we're not trying to make the teachers feel bad, but this is something that we want and we want to be heard. So thank you for your time and consideration. Appreciate it.
All right, and finally we have Sin Ling Chi. If you would like to unmute, go ahead.
Oh, hi. Good evening. I'm here to actually lend my support and also voice to my friends of my feel about outdoor ed for next year's 4th grader. I do understand. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, good. So I do understand teachers' perspective. So I'm also new to the school system. So from my perspective, I would like to know how, because when we receive email from the principal about going to Livermore next year, so it just it was like a one-way communication when I knew that in the past year children have been to Santa Cruz or Pigeon Point. So as a volunteer to the school, I would also like to know, is there anything we could help, perhaps to go to other places like Pigeon Point or even Santa Cruz? So just more involvement instead of like one-way communication and that's it, and then in the same email asking to raising fund. So I appreciate if we could get more involvement, because a lot of parents are willing to help and volunteer and put in a lot of time and have a fundraising too. So yeah, that's what I would like to voice out tonight. Thank you.
Thank you to all the speakers. Again, we can't really say anything, but we are listening. We appreciate you coming. Okay, we're moving on to superintendent's report. Yeah. Okay, you can move closer now.
All right, thank you, President Carry-On. I want to begin tonight by congratulating Ms. Sanders and Mr. Leal as our Teacher and Classified Employees of the Year. Let's give them one more round of applause. They both represent the very best of PUSD, and the impact, they both impact each of our the lives of our students in various different ways, whether it's on the campus or inside the classroom. I also want to congratulate our Foothill and Amador Valley competitive civics teams. Congratulations, Valentina, representing them.
Take it out.
For their performance in the National We the People competition. Once again, second year in a row, the Foothill team achieved third place at the national championships. Well done. And Amador Valley came in 7th place. So two Pleasanton schools, out of two Pleasanton schools, landed in the top 10 of the national championships. And I am particularly appreciative of the work that the coaches do prepping these students for that event. Students work very hard, but the teachers do as well. And it's evident in the continued success that they have with their teams. So thank you to all of the teachers and coaches who dedicate their time to that event. This coming weekend, our friends at PPIU will host the annual Run for Education. Families and community members will gather at the Alameda County Fairgrounds on Sunday for this special event. The Run for Education is one of PPIE's biggest fundraising events and helps secure funding for programs that our students and teachers value. I hope to see you all there on Sunday morning, whether you're running the route or you're standing on the sides cheering everyone along. Earlier this week, I notified the community of my intention to leave my role in PUSD and head back to Southern California. The truth is, I have received a significant promotion to a very important position, that of being a loving and involved grandfather, or as they like to refer to me as Pops or Papa. This is one of those jobs that I simply can no longer do effectively in a remote way. And it's my desire and commitment to them to be more present. While I've loved my time in Pleasanton and doing the daily work to support our students and staff, being distanced from my family has grown heavy on me, as Ben, Micah, and Madden have all grown older. There is never a good time to leave, especially when there's so much left to accomplish. But it is time for me to pass the baton on to the next runner. As a scout, I was always taught of the importance of leaving a place better than you found it. And looking back over these past 7 years, we have accomplished much together. While there's still much to do, there's a great deal that we can celebrate and be proud of. I'm confident that the team we have in place will continue working to actualize the mission and vision of PUSD to deliver the world-class educational experience that Pleasanton families have long enjoyed. The team will also implement the commitments made to the community with regards to Measure I, and I hope to be invited to return and celebrate with the community when those new facilities are opened up in the years ahead. I want to close by thanking a few groups of people. Thank you to the Board of Trustees, both past and present, for this incredible opportunity to serve these past 7 years as superintendent. Thank you to our teachers for bringing their best selves into the classroom each day and inspiring our students to become thoughtful, expressive, and engaged learners. Thank you to our management team and classified support staff for doing the critical work to support our school sites so that the focus can remain on the work in classrooms. Thank you to our parents and the community partners for your ongoing emotional and financial support of our schools, students, and staff. And most importantly, I want to say thank you to the students of Pleasanton. I want to thank you for always inspiring me to bring my best self to work every day and helping to ensure that my primary focus remained on things that mattered, and that means each of you. I want you to know that I've been incredibly proud to be even a very small part of your educational journey, and I will continue cheering you on as you go on out and make the world a better place. That's my report.
Thank you, Dr. Haglund. Okay, we're moving on to consent. Items in the consent agenda are usually routine and can be grouped together and approved in one action. Items can be pulled by a trustee for clarification or discussion prior to the vote.
We have a card for E.
Oh, okay, so we have E, and I'm going to be pulling G. Is there anything else that needs to be pulled? You're pulling E? Okay. Okay, do I have a motion on the rest besides E and G?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar, less items E and G.
I'll second it.
Okay, the motion passes 6-0. Okay.
For the record, it said not voted, but I did vote. So.
But it says 6 here.
On the screen.
Huh. Okay. Okay. Item E, Trustee Makashi, would you like to talk about it before the speaker, or you want? Okay, speaker.
Cheryl Atkins.
Is it? Oh.
Sorry, John.
You got to get in line, John.
Without E.
All right. I think I'm not coming up again after this.
Don't say that.
I just wanted to share
your voice. We can't hear you.
What? Can you hear me? Okay. An email that I received. I know that many of the board members received that, but it happened. It's on item E, and it's on the Early Childhood Education Project. So it says a couple of things in reviewing the plans for the new preschool center. It was noted that the current square footage for the current standing building, currently housing IPAL preschool, was grossly inaccurate. 2 of the classrooms listed of the new plans say 759 square feet. However, when measuring these classrooms during COVID, they were reported as being 450 square feet. And the other classrooms listed on the plans, the staff room and workroom, 606 square feet, and saying that they were measured during COVID to be 350 square feet. So unless plans for extending the site of the existing building are in the plan, the square footage does not equal what's being presented. So maybe John will have more information on that. She said this is concerning because the new classrooms being proposed are 960 square feet, which feels disproportionate and not equitable. The proposed new classrooms have student bathrooms attached to them, and the existing classrooms do not, and there are no plans to remedy that. They currently, so this is our littlest learners, right? Currently have to walk their students, rain or shine, down the length of the building, out a gate to the bathroom. Students have to wait along the wall in all elements while their peers have turns in the bathroom. And again, we're talking about preschoolers.
In addition to exiting the building and not having student bathrooms, the current staff of over 20 adults share a single stall bathroom, where the new building proposes multiple staff bathrooms. The plan is for the IPAL classrooms to remain, and therefore whoever is housed in them will still have to walk to a separate building to the bathroom for students and adults. So we will be educating our most impacted students in the outdated tiny classrooms, and this is not an equitable plan. It has been discussed that there is enough funding for the first phase, the new building, and the IPAL team is concerned that later phases will not be funded. So therefore, there will be 2 preschool programs housed on the same property that are remarkably different. And I know that they have shared their concerns to me, that they really haven't been given a lot of information. So I'm hoping that we can get somebody over there to listen to their concerns and have those conversations before we get too far along with our program, with our plans. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Those were my questions as well. And are those your questions too? Do you want to add to it, Trustee McCoskey?
So I have some additional questions. I'd like to pull up the contract to page 5. Okay, so I did have a chance to inquire ahead of time, Ahmad. My question is in regards to the visual. It states up above, it says there's 2 options. There's option A, potential option A, a site plan layout showing the 3 new classroom building, phase 1 and phase 2, and then the potential option B, site plan layouts, new classrooms. My question initially was, to the visual, is that associated to option A and option B, or just clarifying the visual that is associated with the text and the bullets above, just so I could better understand? I apologize for not sending this ahead of time, but I appreciate some clarification on that now.
Sure, great. John and I were able to talk about that, and he will explain those options and the graphical representation there.
Okay, what the intent is here is, first off, this is an amendment to an existing contract for the architect's HED. The original concepts that they were pursuing was over on the left-hand side, the building that is to the bottom left-hand side, I think it's green. That had challenges in it. It also had a good level of acceptance amongst the site committee that was established. And so what that did was establish phase 1. Phase 2 then was at where the pinkish is in the middle up there by the parking lot. And phase 3 is over to the lower right-hand side of the area that's in question over there. And so phase 3 is actually the existing buildings of IPALs. These other buildings do not exist yet. And so in the proposal, what we've asked the architects to do is to do further design on this site. This site is very difficult from multiple angles. We have a lot of utilities that in one of the phases, depending on if we look at it as phase 1 or phase 2, that are in the area that have to be relocated just so the program can be fit onto that site without affecting too much else around the other area, such as the entrance to the parking lot, such as the close proximity to IPAL's building. We want to keep it fairly close, create a large courtyard area as possible within our property line boundaries. And so I can't quite see it right there, but the one option is to look at one thing I want to add to this too is the first direction and the first angle of pursuit that we were coming up with is actually trying to negotiate with the city looking at potentially acquiring a small portion of the site, which would be adjacent to the street over there to the left. By doing that, it would allow for an ideal layout, and what we would call ideal, or we're trying to get to be ideal, in that it would create a U-shape, an upside-down U-shape that would focus to where you'd have a high level of supervision, high level of clustered areas, and you could maximize the parking areas. So that, because of the timing with the city and such, that was phase one. What we opted to do during the course of this project is to have the architects look at another phase, look at reconfiguring what phase one would be, and that's what they're proposing on. So the very first one, did they say option A or did they say option one?
Hold on. If you scroll up to the top, there's the... So bullet one says potential option A.
Could you blow it up just a little bit? Oh, hey, I got it. There, I forgot we had this.
So thank you. You gave a very comprehensive response, but I want to break it down very simple. It says potential option A, site plan. So option A is where on the map?
Option A is, if you go to the map, I can point to it.
The building that will house the preschool program is not going to move in either option. It's where the future administration building is going to be. See, it's in red. That would sit completely on district property. The other option that they're talking about would still require continued, coordination and with the city to acquire that property. So they put those options in there, but most likely on the current discussions we've had on the city, acquiring the park is really not an option for us right now. So we're going to concentrate on that first option, which shows where the classroom building is going to be.
Hold on. Scroll up top to the first option. I just want to be clear. So are you saying option A?
Yes, option A.
So bullet 2, option B is not really...
yeah, because on that...
We should cross that off and not really focus on that?
Yeah,
I just want to be clear.
Correct. We will ask the architect to concentrate on option A, which says site plan showing the 3 classroom building and the administration building on Harvest Park campus property. We have to keep the project on our property due to the difficulty of acquiring park property from the city.
Okay. So going back to the map, scroll back down. So you're saying the blue part that's across from the play area is crossed off. That's not an option right now. That's off the table.
Off the table, correct.
Okay. And so when we look at the other, the purple building, that's part of the proposal, and the red area, correct?
Correct.
The purple and the red?
Correct. The purple area that's hatched right in front of the green build, the green build is going to be that's their play area, and that red box is potentially the future expansion of the program.
Okay, so then to re-clarify then, are those 2 buildings funded? Or because the concern was that it's not necessarily...
Correct. So in the Measure I initial phase funding, the funding that we have is to relocate the preschool programs that are in the district office over to Harvest Park. Those are the dollars we currently have. But we're being mindful and planning for what would be potentially other improvements to the overall preschool program, and that's what would be a phase 2 if we were to find the funding for it. And, Monique and that team has been very they've looked at different grants and different opportunities come up in the future. So the architect is being mindful of planning for future, but right now we're concentrating on the dollars that we have allocated for is relocating the preschool to the iPals. There will be an overall enhancement to the program because the classrooms and the bathroom spaces and those other things will be used. It'll be used as they'll have access to those facilities. So I know that through a lot of the meetings, those discussions have been happening. It's not going to make everything right away, but it's going to set it up so that we can get there eventually.
Okay, so I think lesson learned. I appreciate the clarifications. I apologize for not asking the questions ahead of time and taking time now, but I think it would be helpful to make sure that the text is matching the map so that when we're looking at this, it's a little clearer because it was a bit confusing. My question on the new middle school drop-off parking, is that being included currently or is that down the road? Because my concern is the drop-off modifications. It looks like it's going to cut into some of the grass area getting closer to the building. Is that my understanding with that circle there, or what does that big circle mean?
So the big circles are talking about the areas that they're going to be looking at. Just because the circle's kind of encroaching in the grass area,
doesn't mean literally.
Doesn't mean there. It's just kind of saying we're going to look at the drop-off pickup because we know that there's issues there, and we're going to be looking at the overall parking for both the school and the new preschool expansion in that area. So both of them are going to be looked at.
So with the approval of this current contract, I guess my bigger question is, will this include support of gathering that data input from the community? Because I know there's been a lot of concern from the residents that live in the neighboring on Northway and on Harvest, as well as potential impacts on Valley with the new light coming in to that area. So will that be included?
Yes.
And so that will allow for input, modifications, adjustments?
Correct. So there will be opportunity for the community to provide input. We have to get it to a place where we have the concepts so that we can share with the community and seek the feedback. But I know that that's being planned out. That will be, as this architect kind of updates their planning here, then we'll be able to share that out with the community. I know that we've already been discussing about scheduling that meeting with the community.
That's right.
Okay, then my last question would be in regards to the timing of for that community member input. You're saying that will be in the next couple months?
Yeah, John, do you know a little bit more detail on that one?
It's within a couple months. It's probably a little less. The steps that we have to take in general are we get the contract going, the architects start coming up with concepts, they start looking at the different parking and the drop-off and how that can be better, more efficient. And also, once we get to a level of where a concept is created that's willing to pursue, they will be doing imagery, which you've seen some of it prior, to where it looks like it's a 3D drawing and it's a little sketchy, but it's looking at it from the street and also from the courtyard. We want to do that to set up for the community meeting. So there's a few different meetings that have to take place in the work by the architects before we set up the community meeting, but that is one of the milestones that we would want to have. It will also filter through the board facilities committee, and we'll continue on, and we're setting up a meeting with the Harvest Park principal as well to go over the drop-off area as well. Yeah.
Okay, and then my last question is echoing some of the concerns actually expressed in the facilities committee and from public comment as well as fellow trustees. What is the response in regards to the challenges for the existing early preschool facilities already there, and how it's going to integrate with the new facilities and the concerns with the bathrooms?
Yeah, so we'll have. I know we have scoped some of that out. We'll have to cost some of that and bring it back to the facility subcommittee for consideration. As I said, right now the original planning and the bond planning didn't really include those type of improvements. But as we look at other funding sources and if we can pick up modernization dollars, those type of improvements can be incorporated at some point into the project.
Okay, I'm going to pass it on to my fellow trustees because I know I asked a lot of questions. Thank you.
Trustee Maher?
Following up on Trustee McCaughey, what about the size of the room that Mrs. Atkins mentioned about, they're saying 600 square feet, but you actually was at 300 square feet?
We'll double check that. I'm not familiar with the COVID numbers or COVID square footages that were published. I have a feeling it was another department that may have created that. We'll have to get it. We'll have to look at it and compare it. We have data on all the facilities and all of our school sites based on square footages and things like that. Things do change over time. Sometimes they're inaccurate, but we'll have to do more research on it. I don't have an answer right now.
Also, I would like to see some further discussion about bathrooms. I mean, I taught kindergarten for 3 years. And I know they're not preschool, but they're pretty little. And the bathroom was closed, thank God, because they use it all the time. I mean, the little ones do. And if anybody knows about little, well, everybody has children knows that. But when you have 15 of them or 20 of them, I can't see them walking out in the rain and all that going to the bathroom.
For the new facility, we have bathrooms included in each of the classrooms. For the existing facility, we've met with staff members on site to do some modifications to the existing toilet rooms there. We're sharing the work product and such with the operations department. We are looking at moving around some partitions and making it more accessible because they have some changing tables and things in there, putting in a lower toilet, getting rid of a urinal, things like that. So there's a few different projects that are coming out of this.
Okay. How about the teacher's restroom? Is it true we just have one for that building?
It's true that there's one faculty restroom there.
Okay.
But these are some of the existing conditions that we're dealing with. With the new facility, there is going to be more bathroom facilities that will be accessible for all staff in that area. But I think, as I said again, if we want to expand the scope of the project, we'll have to move monies around, and that's further discussion. That at this point, we're not ready to.
Will they come with some of that information for us to decide whether we want to move forward with a little more money? I guess really is what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think that as we can cost out the different phases and what those improvements would look like, and to determine if that's something we want to pursue.
And I take it that the faculty there has been included in all of this discussion and moving forward.
The other players, Monique and Jenny Ricard, the special ed, had brought in Robin and various other people along the way, and so that was the part of the committee.
I probably would have a total staff meeting because they're going to be involved.
I'm not sure from that part on beyond those what they did internally.
Okay, maybe you might ask them if they have a meeting with everyone so they get all perspectives, because respect to Jenny and Monique, they're great people, but they don't work out of that facility.
Right.
I don't believe.
Okay, Trustee Brown.
So just a quick follow-up question. You mentioned that the bond dollars don't cover some of the additional enhancements being requested. Obviously, the bond language isn't specific to restrooms, things like that. So are you talking about bond dollar allocations at this time, or I'm
Correct.
a bit confused.
Bond dollar allocations based on our planning that we did when we put this together.
Okay. So the staff presumably would have the on-site meetings and the results of the architectural options, and would presumably come back for possible budget reallocation if additional needs were identified, like addressing the staff bathroom situation, et cetera?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion.
If I get a little more clarification before I. So what are we want to make a motion, so what are they actually going to do? Because we brought up a lot of, situations here. Are they going to look at all this, or just?
What the proposal is in front of you now is to look at these other options, the parking, the drop-off, also do cost estimating included. Pardon me. They do have a few other engineers looking at it in terms of civil and landscape, so that will be developing the plans to a concept level that will show the different phases and things like that. What we can do also, in addition to this meeting, we can incorporate, we'll talk to them about doing some cost estimates on the additional phases to do that. The other examination with the meetings with the current staff at IPALS, we can incorporate that process as well. We'll work with the team to reach out to get more spreading of the word, so to speak.
So are we going to have a motion, or do you want to pull it? What would you like to do?
Hold on, I'm looking at
Okay.
the contract. Just give me a
Okay.
minute.
And after this, I'm going to move up the item that you're also patiently waiting for. Thank you for your patience.
Sorry, I have one more question. So can you clarify the amendment for the 59,000 roughly, and why the significant adjustment? So the total amount that had already been approved
You've
was
noted-
116 minus 59, right? So the amendment is the 59K?
The amendment, I realized just before this meeting, what is listed in the agenda item is $59,838.10. I incorrectly wrote down that was the original contract. What it should be for this amendment number 2 is $49,808.80. That number also correlates to the actual attachment of the agenda of the contract. So what you'll see in the contract, it'll note $59,838.10 is the original contract. There's an amendment 1, don't remember the number, and then this is amendment 2 at $49,000, but the overall contract is correct in the agenda item at $116,646.90.
Okay, I'm going to respectfully ask to pull this item and have it come back with the proper corrections and all the errors that have been identified in this contract and on what's been identified, stated, because there was some errors in the map and all that. So we've had to ask a lot of questions, and there's been a lot of clarifications and corrections. So anyway, that's my recommendation.
Okay, I will second that.
I would agree. I would like to also, as it comes back, some mention of how they're going to address the bathroom, even if it's different phases. I would like to see how that's going to be addressed, and actually the correct size of the rooms and all that.
I concur.
Okay, so that item is pulled. Okay, my question is on G, and because we don't have a lot of time right here, I'm going to actually ask you to answer this in the communique. But my concern is there's 75 consultants on this list, and that's a lot of money that we're paying out. I want to be looking as forward thinkers. What are we doing to reduce this amount? And especially, we got a report about special ed this weekend in the communique. So if you can answer some of these questions, and go ahead.
I'm not positive, but I'm not sure we're using all of these. I think these are a list of all the different agencies and contracts where we can go if we need to. Am I right?
Yeah, it's approved list.
Right, I understand, but it just feels like the list keeps growing, and I want, anyway, go ahead.
Sure, I can try to answer the questions.
Mm-hmm.
This is a list that we bring forth to the board for approval. Should we add additional options for our services? And so we have non-public schools, we have non-public agencies, there's consultants, there's independent contractors, behaviorists. There's a lot of services that we may not be able to provide to our students, and so we outsource those services. Specifically, some of these services are very unique, very specialized, and so we have a list of potential non-public schools, non-public agencies that we can use. We do not use all of these services.
Yeah.
So for example, for tonight, the 2 that we're bringing forth, Sacramento Children's House or Home, and then Via Center, we do not have students placed in those settings, but they are potential settings should we have students who are in need of those very extensive services.
Okay.
So that's why we bring this forth every now and then to the board.
Okay, so I will make a,
Okay. Mary Jo, I was just going to add to that. The reason that Ed and his department do that is if they go into an IEP and the child needs a certain service, if it's not on the list, then they have to bring it back to us to approve it.
okay.
They
So
can
it's being
place it.
proactive is what you're saying.
That's correct. We add programs and services that we see that come up in the Bay Area.
Okay.
Where we may need those services for the future.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Trustee McCutcheon,
I believe it's my understanding that we start at the beginning of the school year with the initial list, and then as the year progresses, because it comes up every couple
Yeah.
months, it gets modified. And then doesn't it reset at the beginning of the next school year? You have a brand new master list, and then if there's any addendums to it.
That's absolutely correct, Trustee McCaughey. So at the beginning of the year, there's actually 3 agencies that you'll see on the list on the right-hand side that you can see the X boxes. So on those 3 columns, there's the Bay Area Consortium, there's the PUSD, and then there's the Tri-Valley SALPA. So those 3 agencies, actually, we review these lists annually, and then we update them. We have a starting point at the beginning of the year, and then we, throughout the year, modify as needed.
Okay, so I will make a motion to approve G.
I'll second it.
Okay. Okay, the motion passes. So I would like us, as a board, to move up item, I think it's C. Is that okay with everyone, the one on the hate speech?
I'll second that.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you for your patience. And who's going to start this?
Good evening, President Carry-On. I will start this. Good evening, Dr. Haglund, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and staff and community and the audience. I see our distinguished panel coming up to the table. So I will introduce this item. This is a report, discussion, and possible action item tonight before the board. I'll just give it a little context. During the last 2 board meetings, concerns were raised in public comment, and a subsequent message was made in the superintendent report regarding hate-motivated behavior and hate-motivated speech, and specifically regarding our African American students' experience with racist remarks, such as the use of the N-word on our campuses. In his report, Dr. Haglund stated, "This is completely inappropriate and angering to hear that it continues despite efforts to teach tolerance and sensitivity in our schools. As a community, we can and must do better by our students, children who have been historically marginalized in this country and community." So in response, during the last few weeks, staff have taken a proactive approach to address this concern. We analyzed our current board policies and our administrative regulations around discrimination, harassment, bullying, and hate-motivated behavior. We supported our principals by providing training, and we shared resources with our principals to share with their staff who may need tools to work with our students should they observe any form of racist behavior on our campus, including the use of the N-word. Before the board tonight is a presentation that illustrates our district's position on this issue, as well as an update in our board policy 5145.9 titled Hate-Motivated Behavior. So at the conclusion of the presentation, we are recommending approval of the revised board policy that we will review with the team. So I want to introduce our panel tonight. And so we have our Director of Elementary Education, David Schrag. We have our Director of Student Services, Leslie Heller. We have our Coordinator of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, Dr. Latasha Palmer. And then we have our Principal of Harvest Park Middle School, Mr. Russell Campisi. So I'm going to turn it over to the panel, and I believe I'm starting, actually. So you have up there our page 1. So we want to just sort of frame the work tonight and really talk about why we're here. And through the lens that we looked at through what I just described, we just want to make it clear that we are here because we know that hate speech negatively impacts our learning environment. And so we want to do something about that. It impacts all of our students, but it definitely impacts our historically marginalized students even more. So You trying to confuse me, Patrick? You just took it off the screen. I can't see that far. The three main points that we want to make tonight, hopefully in the presentation, is to identify that racial and ethnic slurs are dignity violations. I think at the board policy subcommittee last night, one of our parents highlighted that in that committee, and so we want to make sure that we understand what that means. And I already spoke about the learning environment. This is ultimately a health and safety issue in our minds, and we want our students to be to feel safe and to be healthy at school, because we know that's conducive to a healthy learning environment. And then lastly, we all take responsibility for this. So we have a group of people, our principals, our teachers, our district office, and our parents, and of course our students. We need to work together to make sure that everybody understands that this word and hate speech is not to be tolerated in our school district. So I'll turn it now over to David Schreck.
Thank you, Mr. Dialazzo. We just wanted to start by doing some definitions and kind of grounding our work in a common understanding of what hate speech is. And broadly speaking, hate speech attacks a person or group on the basis of who they are regarding their religion, ethnicity, nationality, race, color, descent, gender, or other identity factor. So I want to make sure that we're all kind of framing this conversation around a commonly shared definition. Next slide, please. One thing we also want to kind of really focus on, and we're looking at hate speech, we also want to consider how hate speech and hate-based behavior kind of operates in a larger continuum of oppression. And it's critical to address, obviously because of the impact of the pain and the trauma that it leaves for people who are victims of it. But it also is something, when it's ignored and unchecked, it can lead to more serious systemic discrimination and oppression. So if we don't choose to do something about it, then we see where it has led historically, and we want to make sure that as a school district we are being absolutely vigilant and laser focused in making sure that we address it in really serious ways. Next slide, please. As Mr. Dialazzo had mentioned, we really want to also call out the N-word and the unacceptable use of the N-word. It has the definition, and I want to be very clear about this, it is a word used to demean, humiliate, and degrade black people. We talked about how it is a dignity, takes people's dignity. It does have a complex history with its meaning evolving over time, and in recent years with the prevalence of music and stand-up comedy and other popular culture, it has become more prevalent in many ways. It's also been used in movies, etc. It has also been reappropriated by some communities. But at its core, we want to be really clear that it is an unacceptable word. It is used to degrade and dehumanize black people, and it's unacceptable in Pleasanton Unified School District.
So one of the reasons that some of the questions that were asked is what is currently in place regarding hate-motivated behavior, and are there any policies, or should be on, can you hear me? Okay. Are there any current policies in place regarding hate-motivated behavior? Do we have a discipline policy that addresses it? And what do we do when this type of behavior occurs on our campuses? So we did always have a board policy on hate-motivated behavior. We did appreciate all of the families and parents that came to our board policy committee meeting last Monday to discuss our current policy and our updates. One of the things that we wanted to just make clear today is that we understand that this is just a beginning of the conversation, and that we are discussing what we currently have in place and the areas that we need to improve upon and the areas that we really need to focus on moving forward. So we did have a policy in place. When an event does occur on a campus, we do help our administrators by provide communication regarding hate-motivated language and behavior. Some of the feedback that was provided to us was that they would like the communication to be more clear and explicit about what is actually happening on the campuses, so that when families are reading that communication, we are not trying to gloss over the behavior that happened, but really have explicit explanations of what occurred and how the school and district are going to address it. So that is something that we have taken as feedback and will work on moving forward, that when we are providing and working on communication with our site administrators, that they are clearly communicating the event that occurred and then what is the expectation for behavior moving forward, as well as what are the consequences for that event that occurred on the campus, if there are any. The third item that is on this slide is actually our behavior policy, and it is a violation of our education code 48900.3. Students in grade 4 through 12 can be suspended for hate-motivated behavior, and in our discipline policy, we do directly link in the board policy that is related to it. And so it is called out in our discipline policy. It is a possible 1 to 3 day suspension. It is, as we move forward, we do progressive discipline. You can absolutely move to the third box on that discipline that is issued if it is such an egregious event that discipline is warranted. So those are currently just some of the things that we do have in place. Next slide, please. We did want to provide some data regarding discipline with race-motivated discipline. So we were able to pull suspensions for the past 3 years from our student information system. As we know, not every event or hate-motivated discipline event might have resulted in a suspension, but we thought that this was just a good data point to start with. We do have 3 years of data going back to the year 2021-2022 by our secondary schools. So we did not pull our elementary schools, and to be very transparent, only grades 4 and 5 could be suspended for this type of behavior. Not saying it didn't occur there, but that is just not the data that we pulled at that level. So we, as you can see, there is we have some decreases and then we have some increases in the suspensions for hate-motivated behavior on our campuses. And so it is an area that we are addressing and looking at, and something that we will continue to work with our site administrators on. And I'll send it back to David.
So as we work with our school sites, we're sending a clear and unambiguous message about our expectation for how staff need to address when experiencing this word or when they hear it, overhear it. We're equipping teachers and staff with tools such as these clear messages so it can be fully addressed. And last week, as part of our principal training, we gave all site leaders these resources and materials to empower and equip them to have these conversations with each other and with students. Next slide, please. We've also been sharing with them a list of we often have students who ask questions. We've really brainstormed a list of things where when students ask teachers these kind of questions, in terms of the expectations for the tolerance for hearing this word, and we're making extremely clear and want to make sure that there's absolutely no wiggle room for this. It's not okay to ever use, it's not okay to ask for an N-word pass, it's not okay to ever have any of these things occur, and we want teachers to be absolutely clear when they respond to students when they hear it. We don't want any hesitation by any of our staff members when they are experiencing this to make sure they're addressing it fully. So we just want to make sure that teachers feel comfortable, staff feels comfortable in making sure they address it immediately and directly, and we're making sure that it's clear of how they need to do that.
Hello, my name is Russell Campisi. This is our arc for how we do restorative practice and accountability at Harvest Park. So in terms of priority, we want to create a safe and inclusive community. 2 years ago, we changed our pillars to include inclusion. One of the things that we found that was really important when coming back from the pandemic was to emphasize empathy and to understand that your words have meaning, and it is important to repair relationships wherever possible. The expected outcome every single time is an inclusive and safe space. So if an event occurs, there's intervention by all parties. So an administrator steps in, we go through what racism is, both the parents and the child. They have to go through an entire lesson series on it, and then they collaborate with a counselor for as much as 6 weeks or as little as 1 week, where they meet once per week to go over where that came from, why it happened, and to prevent it going forward. We want a complete re-education around their understanding of what it means to harm others.
I would like to now take some time to actually go over some of the things that
Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force has been working on in order to make sure that we have some enhancement in regards to our school culture and our school climate. So what you see here now is an example of a strategic plan that our DEI subcommittee, which consists of our subcommittee for our school climate task force, has developed. These actually speak to the last two board-approved items that went forward through the board. And based off of those two board-approved items, we've aligned it with the PUSD organizational work plan goals. The team has also worked together to formulate some action items, as you can see there, in addition to some key performance indicators, as well as some intended outcomes. I would like to now talk a little bit about the affinity groups that our African American students do have. One of the affinity groups that they have both at the middle school level and also the high school level is our Black student unions. And within the Black student union, we do have a lot of support where our African American students can come together and they can foster student community as well as take some time to celebrate their identity as African American students as well as embracing their culture and then supporting each other within those communities as well. Next slide, please. And I know that we also have for our parent group, we have an affinity group which is known as the African American Family Network. And I noticed that on the previous slide, we have a African American parent liaison, and her name is Mrs. Tanya Bass. She is a huge support to our African American families as well as for our students. So that is why she was on the previous slide. And I also want to talk about the work that she's been doing with our African American Family Network as well, according to this slide. So our African American Family Network, they meet quarterly, and they're also underneath the direction of our Director of Education Options Program, which is Heather Pereira, and also our Education Options Coordinator, Mr. Jamie Mather. And within the African American Family Network, it is really also important to point out that they too work together as a community to strengthen the African American culture and their heritage, but also, most importantly, to come together and talk about how we can work on improving the academic success and the life outcomes for our African American students. Next slide, please.
So one of the areas we were discussing is how do we monitor this work, and then what are some agreements that we can all come to as a community. And so one of the slide is really the agreements that we feel each educational partner can commit to. So as a district office, we are committing to setting policy, providing training and support. Administrators, their job is going to be implementing policy, providing staff training and support, and then also communicating with the educational partners. School sites are going to work together to monitor and address student behaviors, and they are also to promote healthy and safe school environments, provide student education, and then report instances of hate-motivated behaviors. Students need to understand the impact of their hate-motivated language and behavior, and we are charging them with reporting instances of hate-motivated behavior to adults, community members, or even their other students so that they can also receive support. And then parents and community, reinforcing healthy language at home, partnering with our school to report and to respond to inappropriate language so that it can be addressed and monitored at a school level. So the biggest action item on the next slide, Patrick, really was updating our board policy on hate-motivated behavior. It was attached to the slide deck because we brought it to the board policy subcommittee meeting on Monday. We provided an update, and then we also received feedback from parents who came, and then we edited the policy as it was proposed and then added it to the slide deck for public approval. So this is the end of our presentation, but we recommend that you approve the board policy 5145.9, hate-motivated behavior. Any questions?
Okay, Ms. Trustee Walker.
I just have a few questions. Going back to your presentation, do we have an understanding as to why PMS is trending upwards?
Sure. So I knew that question was going to come up. So we don't have a clear answer. There's a couple of ways we can look at it. Number one, the way that I prefer to look at it is that they have a laser focused. I'm going to rephrase that. They are laser focused on stopping the behavior, and therefore this is really it's suspensions based on that behavior, which means that they are seeing it, they are acting on it, and it is in their sites. Not that other school sites are not seeing it, but this has really become, with a new administration, this has become a very big focus area for theirs that they really have felt needed to be addressed, and so that's something that they have been addressing this year as well.
Okay. And I guess because then why are the other schools lower?
Sure. So I can't answer that question accurately because I have not had conversations with each school site. I do know that these are just the suspensions for this behavior. So we don't have an accurate way to track exactly like if a student was called in or a conversation happened or a restorative action happened based on it. This is just pure suspension data.
Okay. Okay. And then so my next question is, so what do you think is working with respect to the trend downs of the other schools?
So I think it's a combination, to be honest with you. I think that there has been lots of conversations about restorative practices, educating about inappropriate language, as well as social workers doing presentations. We do a lot of conversations about bullying, cyberbullying, and a lot of that does fall into hate-motivated behavior, what you can say on campus, what you can't say on campus, what might be considered offensive, and then how do we provide education around those areas. And then I'm going to go back and look at my data slide real quick.
Can I also add that I think Mr. Campisi's example of restorative practices and being really vigilant around a system of how they address it, and in addition to possible discipline, that learning piece of it, he's building a culture of safety in his school, and part of that is really addressing and making sure there's students who are learning from what the real impact of their words mean. I think the idea is that we are having everyone on campus, if they hear it, whether it's a student, a parent, whoever it is, should be responding to it in a specific way. And so I think part of it is that building that school culture from all of those different groups who are on your campus. We know that it's, if there's any data that shows on there, we know we don't have, our work is not done. We're just beginning it. There should not be this should not be happening. But how we address it and how we respond to it consistently is what we can control.
Yeah, can I first? Go ahead.
Okay, I can add some specifics. So in our first year, we did an analysis of what we thought were causal factors, and part of it was what was the impact of COVID? How do we communicate with each other? Who's taking ownership of that process? So our ILT and staff came to a conclusion that every single adult on campus had to do it. So we read courageous conversations together over a 2-month period, and we came to group agreements around those things. Every single staff member, and that included our secretarial staff, it included custodial, everybody had to be a part of it, paraprofessionals, everyone. So you could have common messaging, like was presented to us, and that everyone could engage in it. Everybody had to actively be an upstander.
And that's your entire staff. That's your classified staff
yeah.
as well.
Long conversations with all your favorite friends, all of us hanging out with each other. But then we also felt we had to empower the kids to do the same. So every kid, we said, had to be an upstander. And so you go through those pieces. But we had to learn together. We didn't magically all understand that. And it needs to be 0, as was just stated. 0 is the goal that we're getting to. But each person had to systematically say, just like in what was presented tonight, in each one of those pieces, and get that language all together. And then our counselors would do restorative circles around where did that come from, and how do we heal, and then how do we go forward, where appropriate, so that the kids could be acknowledged for where they were at and where they should be going. And that sort of holistic approach, I think, explains, at least at Harvest Park, our trend down.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question, but do you want to go first, Steve? Trustee Maher?
I like data. I think data is good, but the data I want to hear is from the African-American parents as we move forward, saying it's better or it's not. Yes. What are we doing? So although I like the data,
Steve.
I want.
Maher.
Pardon? I agree. Oh, I want parent data, and that would be from you when you meet with your groups and they tell you, hey, it hasn't improved or it has improved, and their children will tell them this is what will happen, and then they will tell us.
If I can piggyback on that, I have a little story. Is that at my church, I had I have friends, and the African Americans came up to me and they said, "Did you know they're using the N-word at school?" And I did not know. And she said that they tried to do restorative practices, but the African American was so traumatized, he didn't want to. And so I felt so bad for him. But my question to you is, I love what you're doing at Harvest Park. How do we get that training with Courageous Conversations to the other sites? Because it sounds like it's making a difference there.
So I think it's going to depend on the school site and the culture of each school, and I think we want to look at what best practices and what strategies are working. For elementaries, for example, it may not be the same kind of context, but we want to start with looking at our data, but also looking at we want to build some connections with our African American families at those schools. I think it's going to look different at every site a little bit, but it has to be a school-wide effort. I think the point, Mr. Campisi's point of he really looked at every single educational partner on that campus and how they contribute to it and how to build that culture. So that's something that we want to take a look at with all of our sites. It's going to also look different in high school. So.
I just wanted to add that I think the really important part here is that the message that was given to the entire staff is that this is unacceptable. And a lot of the feedback that we've received from parents is that teachers are afraid to have these types of conversations. Yeah. And so our goal really is to provide sites with the skills in order to have those conversations with their teachers, and then how to empower the teachers in order to feel confident and comfortable to have these conversations. And some of the information that we received at the board policy was these conversations are not comfortable. And so we have to empower our staff to have them with students to make sure that everybody understands the impact of this language. And I think that that is an area that we need to support our administrators so they can support their teachers so that we can support our students. And so that is the area that I think Mr. Campisi just rolled out in a really nice fashion. We are going to try and replicate that at all of our school sites, just because we believe that that is the model that will be most effective at this time.
Trustee Brown?
3 questions. Sorry, a little bit of echo. The policy that's attached, there was yellow text and orange text. Was the orange text the additions as a result of the feedback from the parent group?
Yes. So the yellow highlight was the addition to the original policy, and then the
Correct.
orange was the addition based on the feedback from the subcommittee.
Okay, that's great. I appreciate you making those edits. Not to nitpick, but the chart on slide 7 talked about discipline and incidents of race-motivated behavior, but you kept referring to them as suspensions. So those don't equate to me.
You are correct. My understanding is that they are suspensions, because that would be the only data that we would really be able to pull. I would assume, because I'm just looking basically at the data, I would assume that it would be 6 suspensions in 2021, 2022 from Amador Valley High School, not incidents. I think there's probably more incidents than what are on this chart.
Yeah, no, I imagine at a middle school level there's various degrees of incidents that may or may not result in a suspension. So I want to be clear, am I looking at suspension data?
My understanding is this is suspension data, so you are correct. There's probably more incidents than are captured on this chart.
Okay, and then my third question would be to actually Mr. Gannon. Do we have any public comment on this item? Not to jump ahead, one? Okay, so if anyone else is in the audience or online, I'd like to hear from the parents,
Students.
Or students, if you can, as to whether or not, obviously we're trying to listen, we're updating the policy, and I want to make sure that this satisfies the parents and the students that this represents enough of a change. And then it's one thing to set the policy, which is the role of the board, but then it falls on the rest of the team here in terms of the implementation plan, and that's where I think Trustee Carrion was going in terms of it's one thing to change the policy, it's one thing to enforce the policy, it's another thing to actually change minds and behaviors and hearts.
Yeah.
So those are my comments and questions. Thank you.
Trustee McCaughey?
Yes, thank you. Great presentation, very comprehensive. I also wanted to thank the time for having the conversation with the attendees and parents, many of them I see in the audience today, who attended the policy committee meeting. I think that that was a great opportunity to gather that input, and I think really shows the way, for me, as a trustee, I'd like to see future policy changes moving forward where it really is more of that community-based engagement process, echoed by Trustee Brown and President Carrion as well, that we want to make. It's really gratifying to see policies that actually are changed, but also impacted by the input from not only staff, but also families as well. I do have a couple comments, kind of echoing on the work done with Crucial Conversations. I applaud you, Mr. Campizzi, in leading that collaborative effort at your campus. Considering the equity work that we as a district have spent a lot of money and time, that's a great example of how it translates down to the teacher level and executing to the classroom. So I understand we have different site-based decisions, but I really would like to echo some of the comments already stated that we need to make additional opportunities to support our teachers who are dealing with this day in and day out. And that's the kind of support that they need. And so whether it's Crucial Conversations or another type of book study or execution process, I think that that would be something that I would love to hear follow up on that, because that's where the rubber hits the road, right? Some other comments I would like to state that really paramount, kind of echoed to what Mr. Campizzi and some of you already stated, that there's a lot of education not only with teachers and the students themselves, but with parents. I know firsthand the collaborative effort that Harvest Park has done with parents, helping to support children in all different spaces coming from COVID, and not necessarily they're lacking these social interaction skills, but also impacted by the misuse of technology and how students don't understand what they're putting in chats or conversations with their peers and how damaging it can be. I know it was also stated at the policy committee meeting how even students of color are stating these types of phrases to fit in or for whatever reason. So it's a universal problem for all students. And I think that it's really important, in addition to the supports that we're providing to our staff, additional thoughts and considerations for, for how to help educate our parents. So there might be already some things that have already been done, seminars, webinars, additional opportunities, collaboration with the PTA. Maybe that would be my question. What has been done to help support our parents in educating them with these challenges, or recommendations of what could help, because I think that that is still a gap. Some parents may not be aware of some of the issues around this. So that would be my question.
Well, I don't think we've done enough yet to kind of help educate our parents and our communities around it. So I think your point is really well taken, and we need to think of a comprehensive way to have each site kind of figure out how to address their community. And I think that the sites look different in terms of their communities, but I think you're right. We need to focus on that as well, because it is not just on our campus, but we want to make sure that we're giving opportunities for parents to do that. And feel free to jump in.
I'm not aware at this time of any seminars that have been provided to parents on this topic. That might just be me, but I do think it's an area that we can look at. I do know when we send out communications, we provide resources to families, but again, we can't guarantee that families are going to look at those resources or click on them or read through them. So I think this is an area that we could look at in order to support our families in this area.
I think that also speaks to creating safe school environments, especially the psychological safety of all of our students. When we're talking about hate-related motivated behavior and also speech, that does have an impact on the student's social emotional well-being. Specifically when we're talking about microaggressions, stereotype threats, implicit bias, These are things that students walk away with, and we want to make sure that they have the tools and the resources that they need, but also our parents and our community understand how much of that emotional toll has an impact on their educational outcomes as well as their life outcomes.
Okay, I definitely would concur that, additional supports for parents. I just think that some parents may not be aware and necessarily equipped to handle the seriousness of some of the exposures that their children are being engaging in those types of activities. 2 other comments. I just wanted to echo that the policy is, I know tonight's focus has been around the N-word, but that this is an issue with all races. I know that I had a conversation with a Jewish family and having some challenges with students of other religions and other races. And so I just want to echo that this policy is recognizing, hate to not accepting that for any race and discrimination and that type. I think it's important to reemphasize that. And lastly, to echo what Trustee Brown was talking about with the data, with the suspension rates, I really appreciate collecting that information. If you haven't already, make sure to take a look at the PBIS data, especially at the elementary level, because I know, especially at the policy committee meeting, talking that, some of these issues are starting, they're happening at the elementary level as well. So how we can help support our younger students and looking at that data would be really valuable. So amazing presentation. I want to thank each of you for your hard work around this. It's not something that is easy to talk about, but it is prevalent, and wanted to thank you for celebrating some of the things that we're doing to help support our students. So thank you.
Trustee Avalos?
Yeah, first and foremost, I'd just like to say thank you for all your hard work. I know a lot of thought and hard work has been put into updating this board policy, and I really appreciate that, especially slide 9, the explicit expectations. Having those outlines should be showcased for all students to see, as it very specifically outlines how students need to be limited when they're talking to other students. But I just wanted a clarification question really quick on about slide 10 on the restorative practices. I just want to make sure that there's also restorative empowerment building for students that have been targeted because of this hateful speech. I want to make sure that they're also receiving that special attention post-incident. So if anyone can talk about that for me.
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually want one clarification. We don't force 2 individuals where that's occurred to be together. In fact, I would actually say it's only been either 2 or 3 occasions in 3 years where that's actually been appropriate. So yes, the counseling goes in both directions. And again, it's between 1 and 6 times. It'll go along with it. Multiple meetings with parents and the child to ensure that they're okay. But absolutely all the way through. And we really talk about what is it that they need personally to feel validated and strengthened by that moment. Because if they don't, what you'll find, and what we found, is that kids will disappear. They'd rather hide than be a part of that anymore. And we need them to be present and feel safe and secure. And so it ends up being a conversation that goes on for a while to figure out how can we make them feel safe and prioritized on campus, because then we're not serving them properly otherwise.
Yeah. Thank you. And then my second question was about slide 14, about the comprehensive support. I know you guys discussed having that support for the district office administrators, providing that training and support for teachers. What specifically support and training would you give for the teachers, just so that they're prepared in those instances as well?
So the first piece, and again, this is work I want to really emphasize, this is ongoing work, right? This thing needs to continue. And we talked at the committee meeting about how do we implement the same way we have the importance of safety measures that all teachers need to see every year to be trained, the importance of having some kind of baseline training for this. What we did for the principal training was provide them with a slide deck that they can then now use with their staff, and they can modify it to what's appropriate, but we want to give them tools to make it efficient for them to get the information, but something that would be ongoing, not a box check. We really have to walk the walk and continue to be continuous to monitor the data. This is not something that you put away after doing it once. So we are looking at it in a ongoing kind of yearly type of training. And then again, we want to monitor. I think it's important to the point of collecting data. We want to make sure that we're talking to students about how they're feeling on campus and if they feel safe or not. There's limited data with things like Healthy Kids Survey, but we want to make sure that not just suspension data, but how are students feeling in terms of their safety on campus. We're looking for safe spaces.
I was just going to add, one of the items that was brought up at our policy subcommittee was the students felt that all we talked about in some of our in-classroom presentations was there was a lot of information about sexual harassment, but there was not a lot of information about hate-motivated behavior. And what Mr. Dialazzo shared with them was that based on public comment at a previous meeting, the students brought concerns about sexual harassment forward. And so then we as a district were charged with addressing that. And so we were looking at it as that was kind of a roadmap for how we would like to roll out some of the support that we would provide for teachers and students. And our administrators go into classrooms and they talk about what is allowed and what is not allowed. And they talk about resources and those types of things. And so we are going to look at modeling this type of education for principals and teachers so that everybody, when they're talking about these things, it is a topic of conversation so that students know what is acceptable, what is not, and then if it is happening, how do we report it, and then how do we get support.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Trustee Brown.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you, Trustee Avalos, for pointing out slide 9. I was also pleased to see that slide because it specifically addressed some of the parent comments in terms of students trying to work around and ask permission and so on. So I really appreciated that slide. I just had one very specific question. Does this policy apply to student-on-student social media communications, either private or group, outside of campus?
It can. It can. C-A-N. It can. So it is possible, I will say that. So as you know, in education code and discipline policy, there are a lot of nuances in gray area. So yes, if it is affecting the school environment and it is directed at a student and it is causing harm, then yes, discipline can be issued based on all of those things.
Right. Similar to the fact that students off at the library that haven't returned to their home environment could be subject to school discipline because they haven't returned. I just wanted to be very clear. I thought it would be a useful clarification for the parents. So thank you.
I do have a few questions. On slide 11, we talk about less suspensions for African American students. I know we've been working on this for a couple of years, and we're having trouble moving this needle. And so it says that you're going to support efforts to promote equity and address opportunity gaps. What are some specific things that we can do that will actually move this needle?
So I think that first begins with creating culturally responsive systems of support within our framework. So that actually goes back to our systems of support, specifically our multi-tiered systems of support, starting at Tier 1 to Tier 2 to Tier 3, and making sure that we're taking the time to meet the needs of each individual student, looking at their cultural and linguistic needs, and taking it on a case-by-case basis. Also making sure that our systems of support are data-driven so that we can take a look and make sure that we're addressing those equity gaps and also areas of disproportionality, such as with our suspensions. And then collectively, as a district and as a community, what are some of those things that we can do to address the reasons why this continues to occur, such as with our African American students? This is nationwide. Mm-hmm. Nationwide, our African American students are disproportionate in being suspended. And so again, I think it goes back to have those listening conversations with our students and with our parents so that we can get the qualitative data that we need in order to effectively improve our systems of support so that we can tackle the disproportionality that we're seeing within our suspension rates, but also looking at some of the programs that we have currently existing and also our practices.
Right, because I think it takes a while to change hearts too. So, and then my board policy question on 6, it doesn't have anything in here about restorative practices. So, when we talked about board policies on slide 6, it talks about, suspension, referral. What are some things we could do?
Sure. Sorry. Yes. This slide really was what was currently. We do
Okay.
have a discipline policy that is aligned with restorative practices. So administrators are provided additional support. Sorry, I'm losing there.
So is it going to be added to this, or is it?
It is options that administrators can use based on the infraction that the student has done. So it's not if then, it's if you have found a student to have violated this education code, here are some options that you can do. So it can be a lesson, it can be a restorative conversation. We provide administrators options based on the infraction that they can implement when something like this occurs.
Did you want to add something?
I was just going to tag on this visual is the actual policy for suspension, correct? So that's where the language is coming from.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Okay, so this is for the suspension part, but what about? Okay.
So the restorative practices can be part of that, but this is language from, isn't it Ed Code, right?
Yes,
so it's
our
pulling
discipline
from
policy
Ed
and
Code.
education
So
code,
the
yes.
policy.
Okay.
So that's why it's not spelled out that way.
Okay. Okay, and then I have just two more questions. One, I do not understand what they mean when they're asking for a pass. Are they actually getting money? I've never heard of this before.
You want to address it? I can, or you can.
That they now have the right to use that word, and because they've gotten approval from someone who identifies, for example, as African American, now it's okay for them to use that word.
So is the money exchanged?
No.
No, they just say, here, you can, okay. Okay.
I think that sometimes it has been, or sometimes, when that occurs, it has been. So
Okay.
it's just the idea that you are asking permission from a student who identifies as African American if you can use it, you can use that word. So the fact that you're even bringing it up is already
Okay.
across the line.
Okay, and then I agree with Trustee McCaughey. I would like information on 4.5, specifically any kind of data. That would be very helpful to see. Okay, I would, go ahead.
I just want to ask one quick question. What kind of supports do the teachers need?
Yeah, it's a good
related
question.
to this. I just meant to state it from if they're having to deal with this on a daily basis, in addition, for example, to the crucial conversations, the book study, or the work that you've currently done, Mr. Campizzi. What are some of the other supports that teachers are asking for or
So
might
I only
need?
can speak anecdotally, and I do want to share just like a little subtle piece here. And everyone's really accustomed to me constantly asking everybody questions and advice. All four of them over there have had to have me actually ask specifically for advice on this. So I just want to know that it's not just in isolation to my school site. I reach out to the other principals, I reach out to the other assistant principals, and we do talk about this collectively. So this is not like housed with me. This is housed the collective knowledge of the people in this room. But we just asked the question, what is it that you need to be able to address this? And one of the things that we came was that they weren't sure how to talk with students. Then when an event occurs, how to respond to that student. How do you even walk your room? Each of the different aspects of what are the layers of it. So then we looked for something that would help. And I actually asked Josh Butterfield about this as well. Where would I go and what would we read and where would we start with the levels of responses we went through? We digested together what thought would inform us, and then we bought the book for Courageous Conversations for Everyone on Campus. But then we delved then further on how are we going to systematize these different responses? What are the different pieces? Heavily informed by our counseling department, right? This is a holistic thing to support the kids. And then from there we went forward. But a lot of it was they asked questions in our ILT, our instructional leadership team meeting. What is it that, we had a list of questions, and we need to answer all of those questions. And that's how we collectively came to that response. But I think if you went to any department meeting or any ILT and just simply asked, where do you feel that you have a strength? Where do you feel like you need to have a growth space? They'll inform you of that. Because my school site might be very different than another school site in terms of where their growth areas may need to be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now we would really love to hear from our audience. Do we have speakers?
Yes, we do.
Great. Thank you for participating. We want to hear from you.
Our first comment comes from Catherine Ndugu Case.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. Thank you for all of the work that you've done. I've personally sat there and listened, and it's very thoughtful in terms of approach. But what I've heard today is there's not enough voices sharing our experience, and I want to share that. Because the presentation is very rosy, if you were to sit and say, we've got solutions, it looks like it's working, fantastic. And as a parent with 2 children at Amador, that's not my experience. I only became aware of the systemic issue that impacts Black and African American students in this school district with the egregious use of the N-word after I read it in the newspaper, Pleasanton Weekly. And a very brave parent stepped forward and started that conversation for us. We've got under, 14,000 students in Pleasanton Unified School District, 200 maybe, who are African American or Black. So imagine being one of a few in your school where the air is tainted with the casual use of a word. I didn't know it was an issue, and I pulled my son aside and I said, has anybody ever said this word to you? And he said, oh gosh, they use it all the time. And I asked him, has anybody ever asked you for permission to use that word to get a pass? No, it is not a monetary transaction. And he said, yes. And I asked him, what did you do? And he said, I don't know. My son is a leader. He was on the leadership team at PMS. And as the years have gone by, he's felt less empowered to do anything. What am I going to do? Who am I going to go tell? There's nobody to tell. There's 200 students in Pleasanton Unified School District out of 13,000. Surely nobody will pull aside the 200 students at each school site. There's maybe one at a school site to ask, do you feel safe? It is not safe to speak. It is not a safe to speak environment. We're not doing right by all of our children. My 2 do not feel safe to speak, but they have nowhere to go. They can't go to Foothill. It's the same right there. What are the high schoolers there in Pleasanton? We can't afford to take them to private school. We pay taxes. It's a reality that is simply unacceptable. As a district, we have a duty to protect and support every student, regardless of race or background. Right now, it's painfully evident that we have failed to provide a safe and inclusive environment for our Black and African American students. Can't turn a blind eye to those experiences. You've got great data. Anybody can tell a story with data, the story that fits the narrative that you want to drive. But are we getting the right data? Can you tell me that you know what the experience of every Black student is in your school, in your district, the 200 of them out of 14,000? It's a fraction of the student body. There are not that many. How many people in this room could make up a task force to capture that in less than a day? It is not safe to speak. So that's a first, and we've got to address that. So we have to have decisive action. I really liked the slide deck. I love slide decks because you can tell a beautiful story. It has really strong language. You talked about no tolerance. You said that beautifully. But then, flip to the policy itself, it's very soft. I didn't see any words in there that said zero tolerance. In the policy, where it matters, not in the beautiful slide deck, not in the wonderful speeches that we stand here and tell you. So we've got to be decisive. We need to add zero tolerance policy and put it in place, one that unequivocally condemns hate-motivated behavior and provides clear and enforceable consequences. What are the consequences? They're not listed in there. That is the policy. That is the document that you can pull up and say, per school or per district policy, this was my experience and this is what I expect. It is too soft. The policy must specifically address the use of the racial and ethnic slurs, including the N-word. It's in there, but it's very soft. You cannot leave room for ambiguity. You can't leave it for people to decipher what might occur or how they can address it if it happens to them. Cultural competency. If needed, I don't know if you can pull up that language because I want to look at it again. We have to prioritize it. It's a priority. It is not an option. It is a painful process for those of you who work outside of the classroom, even in your offices. You know that the way that you show up to work has to be representative of the ways we work of your respective group. And the ways that we work is with respect and to see everybody for their differences and to appreciate them, to appreciate one another. So cultural competency is important, and it needs to be included as a priority. That's training of all staff members. I like it. You're saying you're going to train them to recognize implicit bias, microaggression, all of that good stuff. But we must prioritize cultural competency training in there. The victims, they need to receive the support and resources they need to heal and thrive. But how do you provide resources and support if you do not know that they're having that experience? So there has to be actionable steps so that our students can feel seen and heard, so that they can feel empowered to raise an issue when it does occur. Because right now, your data is skewed. It's not representative. I will wrap it up with 2 more points. Your reporting process in the policy must be specified, and it needs to indicate that it will be transparent so that if I know there will be consequences for somebody treating me a certain way, I'm more empowered to go talk about it. If I don't know what's going to happen, I'll shrug my shoulders like my son did. What am I going to do? Nobody's going to do anything about it. And lastly, is something that was said today. I believe it was one of our board members that talked about collaborations with regional programs. Yes, parents may not read a pamphlet, but I've never had a pamphlet come to me in the email saying that this is an issue that we're going to address. Students are using the N-word. This is how you can recognize the issue. This is how you can report it to us. And for your students, these are the things that you can talk to them about at home. I haven't seen that. We've got to get that message out. Our Black and African American students deserve better. They deserve to feel valued, respected, and supported in their educational journey. And it's up to each and every one of us to make that a reality. I urge you to prioritize the needs and experiences of these students and families and ensure that your policies are decisive and clear, and they can support creating a more inclusive and equitable learning environment for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your heartfelt words.
All right, next up is Jill Carbone.
Hello, I'm Jill Carbone. I'm faculty at Las Positas College and a PUSD parent. And I didn't plan on speaking today, but I felt a lot of need to respond based off the presentation. And it occurred to me upon learning from the presentation how much the district is in the elementary and discovery phase in addressing this issue, with some outliers like Harvest Park, correctly, who are doing more progressive work. And in that elementary discovery phase, we do have the kind of basic steps of having punitive responses, penalties for students using the N-word. But really, the heart of the matter that a lot of you have addressed already is that staff development, the staff training, and working with students. That takes time and it takes money. So as we are all nodding our heads with compassion and agreement that this is a really big issue, when the price tag comes to follow the example of Harvest Park and other exemplary districts, I want us also all to be nodding in agreement that this is an important issue and we're going to put money behind it. It's not cheap and free. Okay, we have to recognize that. Similar to my fellow parent here, I would like to see the no tolerance, zero tolerance put into the policy. And for part of our staff development is also to train our students to be good citizens and not just have zero tolerance in their relationships in the community with the others, but also have an anti-racism mindset for the rest of their lives. So that they will be leaders to fight this as it's continuing to pop up in our society. Okay, so anti-racism is a whole other step of evolution. Las Piedras College has done amazing work on that. We can use them as a model, as I'm sure other districts are as well. So I applaud you for these first steps. I'm really looking to see the action behind them. Okay? I know a lot of us will be looking for that. I also ask, as a small side note, that when you are collecting data to please go beyond 3 years. Okay, and there's a lot more metrics we can put in that data to make it more rich, so we can use it for really good decision making. Okay. Thank you for listening.
All right, next is LaShawn Atkinson, followed by Andre Chappelle.
Good evening. Thank you for all the work you put into the presentation, and thank you to Mary Jo Carrion, because she's been a true leader through all of this. So I'm really happy that you all acknowledge that this is a first step, because there is a lot more work to be done. I think Christine touched on a lot of things that I was thinking too, and Jill, but I am really concerned about principal and teacher training and how that's going to look, just because I think you guys have done a lot of work, and I know you did some principal training, but I think it's important to get an expert in maybe who can help them train their staff, or even that expert trains the teachers too, just because the principals have some issues and bias in some cases that they need to address within themselves. So even though they are at that level in their school, it doesn't mean that they don't have things that they need to address that could be affecting their students. But anyway, I just wanted to say thank you. I don't have a lot to say tonight, but I hope we continue to work on this. And also about getting the information out to parents and students. Like Joel said, and I think Christine touched on too, is that some parents don't even know that this is happening. And many parents don't listen to school board meetings, haven't heard school board meetings. So the presentation is good, updating the policy is good, but if no one knows about it or knows there's a problem or that it's happening, they can't have those crucial conversations at home. So I think it's really important to send some type of e-blast through the district saying we're aware of this problem, we are working on it, and this is what we're doing, but it's really important that you have these conversations at home as well, because that's going to actually help you at your school sites if parents are aware of it and can start talking to their kids about it. But thank you for what you've done so far.
All right, Andre Chappelle.
Good evening to
our board members here, and good evening to our community of teachers, parents, and friends. I've recently come down with a little bit of a spring cold, so I'm going to try to keep my statement brief. But my name is Andre Chappelle. I have been a student in the Pleasanton Unified School District for about 11 so years now. And throughout those 11 years, I have experienced amazing things. I have had amazing teachers. I have made excellent friends, and I have expanded my educational opportunities far beyond anywhere that I could have imagined. But throughout those 11 years, I have also, as a student, experienced various episodes with other students involving cases of hate, racial animus, and racial slurs. One of those points on the data set, probably at Amador Valley High, was an incident involving me. And I think that as a senior, coming to the end of my semester, I thought that it was important to come here today and give my suggestions and 2 cents about what the board is thinking of involving discussing treatments for racial bias and racial slurs and things of that nature. I'll start off with one suggestion. I do respect the policies that the board is engaging with involving creating more of a touch basis with parents. I also agree with some of the policies involving consequences for students involved in racial violence and things of that nature. But I also recommend, that I know the district has a policy for zero tolerance, and I think it is very important to coordinate that policy more effectively between schools. Because, I notice, as my experience, that a lot of these racial incidents, obviously a lot of the data is collected from suspensions. A lot of these incidents that occur in these schools, they go unnoticed, and a lot of students, they don't really feel like they get any justice for things that happen to them. And this isn't only for African American students. I see this for many students that sometimes get harassed or bullied from different schools. In my own high school, Amador Valley, I and some others have experienced this kind of thing. So as a suggestion, I think creating a more centralized thing between these schools is important. One last statement, this is probably the longer one. I think something to talk about involving the normalization and hate in these schools is that a lot of the time it is not coming down linearly. A lot of the time it comes from social media sites, the internet, and various chat rooms. It is not like as linear as it is usually from parents or students or other members like that. It is a changing process with changing times. And I think to best combat that, I feel like the district should focus on putting in more speakers about these issues, about racial issues, especially involving African Americans. I believe they should coordinate more with the Black Student Union, push for more events, push for more interactive activities for students in high schools and in middle schools. And I think if the district is able to implement that, I feel like those rates involving racial violence, racial discrimination will begin to lower, because I'm a big fan of history, and when you look through history and you look through all the records, especially in the United States, you find that to defeat hate and defeat injustice, you need to make sure that it's not normalized, but you also got to make sure that it is not light, that it's not cool to do so among students. And this has worked before. We can see this with the history of our segregation policies. We can see this with our treatment and integration policies. And we can see this now with this convention involving changing our policies involving racial matters. In our country, we have done great things, and I know in the school district, I have trust in all the staff members to work cooperatively with parents and other students to make sure that not only is hate taboo, but that hate is not liked anymore in our schools and in our communities. Thank you.
Great job. No, I'm not supposed to say that, sorry.
All right, next up is Sunika Crenshaw.
Hi, everyone. My name is Zanika Crenshaw. I'm a parent. In this district, I currently have 3 children who attend and 2 who graduated. It gets emotional for me because when you look at the data that they presented, I'm sure each one of my kids have been in that data. And not because they're troublemakers or anything like that, but because my son, who's a senior this year, has had 5 fights because he's been called the N-word. And I tell them, when you go and explain yourself, no, don't say that you were called the N-word. You say it so that someone can feel that pain. Because the pain that you get from that, hearing that word or being called that word, is something that I could never explain, especially for my kids. I grew up in New Orleans in the South. I'm a little tougher than they are. But here, it's not something that they were used to. So when you guys were explaining the consequence for that, it was 1 to 3 days of suspension. A fight is 3 to 5. So where do we draw the line? Because for my son, and I had to fight hard for him, for trying to stop someone from using the word passing by, and then the boy comes by and say, you're an effing N-word. My son ended up having an altercation with this boy and 5 days of suspension. And on the other hand, the child didn't get that much. So where do we teach the kids and show them what's greater? And in your data, does it show you the suspensions for fights and how many of those fights were because that fight started because of hate? So I think our data needs to go a little bit deeper than just what we have, because I work at a school site with kids, and it is it's there. When my son graduated in 2017, yes, we've come further along, but it's still there. It's present. And I can't tell you how many times I pass the younger kids using it as terms of endearment or whatever, and they're not black. But to me, the word hits so hard for me and my kids, it's not even about the other children. On slide 9, I think it's the exceptions page, you guys had everything on there except anyone who says it, is it okay? No. And I feel like, and I don't know if any other parents agree with me, it has to start with us, right? And regardless of what we do at home or what our kids may listen to in the music, when you go to school, you have to represent yourself a certain way. On that list needs to be, if anyone says it, it's no. Black, purple, orange, blue, whatever. There's no exception. And that's not on that list. That needs to be put on that list. And I'm here to stand as a person of color. It has to start with us. And it's not allowed. It should not be allowed at all. And there should be a consequence across the board. That's my outlook on it. But we have to make sure that we're letting kids know this is not tolerated at all. And that's not, right now, that's not what's happening. It's not. We don't teach the kids. We don't show them. And it's in the policies. It's always been in the policies. I can go back to 2017 and show you the policy because I've looked at it in my son's planner. No one presents it to the kids. No one. And the teachers are terrified because when the parents attack them and they come to you guys sitting up here, do we support the teachers? Do we have their backs? That's a good question. Do we have their backs? And a lot of people don't know. A lot of people, some kids are just ignorant to the fact. And I'm not trying to be mean, Mary. I'm not trying to be mean. But your story was a little insulting, the way that you presented it. And I'm just saying, I don't know for anyone else. But it was the verbiage that you used. And the thing of it is that you probably didn't know that, right? And it's education and knowing what's offensive, what hurts us, things like that, and how you present it. And I'm just saying, you know, and there's a lot of people who don't know. So the education is key as well. Thank you.
Right. Next up, and please help me understand the pronunciation of the first name if you. Fia. Fia. Thank you. Thank you. Fia Simpson Woods.
It goes back to grade school. I'm used to it. Teacher stops at me.
Thank you for
Hello,
helping us
everyone.
understand.
Good evening. Thank you. We've talked a lot about a lot of the things that come up. I'm in agreement with everything, the policy, everything that the parents said, what you shared, the teachers and everyone, what you guys have shared as well on that topic. And I just want to share a story. I want to walk you guys through my Tuesday with my daughter. And I was emotional sitting there. As soon as the slide came up, the tears came back to my eyes because I've been a little sad over the past few days. But so Tuesday, my daughter, we get up, we're heading to school. She's excited. 4th grade performance. She's all done up. She put on her favorite necklace. Hair is done, so her cat in the hat fits. When she does her part, she had a solo part she auditioned for. Was excited that she got it. So we were raving for this day, excited on the calendar. All right, the 23rd, let's go. You're on stage. You have your solo. She went to school excited, happy, felt beautiful, great. And that's 8:40, or we get to school at 8:15. Her show is at 8:25. We leave her at 8:45. I pick her up from Kids Club, and she's sad. She's hurt, and I see her mood when I walk into Kids Club to pick her up. Like, what's going on? We get in the car. She said, I'll talk to you in the car. And we get in the car, and she says, a kid told her that a small group of kids said that black people are ugly, and the other kid heard it and came to her and told her, hey, they're saying black people are ugly over there. And my daughter, we teach her confidence to confront the situation. We explained to her that, like what you just said, Tanika, that people don't know, and like go up to the child, let them know that that's a racist statement. This child might not know that it's considered racist and he's being funny, whatever it is, let them know that it hurts you and that it's racist, and it's not okay. So she did just that, right? She goes to the student and she asks him, she confronts him and say, did you say this? Because it's not okay. And he said, I don't know, you talk to this kid, and they all kind of dispersed and ran off. So after that, her action step, she knows to go and let an adult know. She went and told her teacher, and I asked her, what did the teacher do? And she said, I don't know, I don't think she did anything. The day is late, it's 6 o'clock, picking her up, so I emailed the teacher, the principal, the vice principal, and I shared my daughter's day, how it made her feel, how it made us feel, how we support the school, we support the staff, the principal. We love Donlin, the school she's at, but this is painful, and it makes us feel like we need to move. And we've been out here since June 2022, and I go back and forth with, do we move? What do we do? Can we get her through junior high and high school? Because this is really hard. Our son just graduated from Cal State Long Beach, and we never had a racial issue with him. We're from Southern California. All that to say, the teacher's response was that she didn't have time to address it because it was the end of day, and she had to pack the kids up to get them out the classroom. So my daughter went through that, and she wasn't seen in that moment. It wasn't taken care of. And I understand the teacher's schedule and what they are dealing with, so I am very empathetic to that. Long story short, I did receive a call from the principal. She walked me through what they did and how she's going to talk to the parent and what she did speaking to the child. But there was some discomfort in that conversation, and that gave me the impression that this is not a topic that she felt comfortable talking about, and that I am very comfortable talking about it because I experience and I go through it. This is not the first time my daughter experienced this at Donald Elementary. And I just was shocked that the conversation just seemed a little bit disconnected. And I do look forward to seeing this pass and that these policies taking place. One of my things, the teacher asked me, is there anything you would suggest? And I would go back to parent involvement. I think that parents need to be made aware of these situations, just as I'm aware and made aware in an email when there's graffiti on the wall that kids need to start writing on the wall. I think parents should be made aware when there's a racial or racism or discriminatory actions taken at school or happening at school, so that they're aware. I can't Did I phrase that right?
You-
Did I
you're
say that
fine.
right?
You're fine,
I just think the parents should be made aware so they can continue to have these conversations with their kids at home, because it's not just curriculum, schools put all the pressure on the teacher. The parents need to be pressured just as much, and they need to know that this is happening and that minority parents are dealing with this.
Yes, and I just want to add, part of the metrics that you guys break down should definitely include elementary schools, because it exists there, and that's where it starts. And if we can nip it in the bud there, at least develop that foundation in elementary school, it goes a long way through the rest of their school education. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
All right, and I apologize. I think I may have Michelle Tompkins.
Hi, good evening. I don't really have a lot prepared, but I just wanted to start off saying that we've been talking about this for probably about 7 or 8 years now. I've had 4 kids that have gone through the district, been in the district since about 2000, started off in 2006. So 3 have graduated out. But my youngest, who was he was just awarded last year by the board. I see Trustee Brown, I see Mrs. Grewal, I see Mahar, I see a lot of people that I've had experience with over the years. He got an award, but secretly, I can say last year he was in a lot of pain and a lot of hurt. And not just because of like the use of the N-word, but just the way he was being treated by his peers. So he was probably one of 2 African Americans in his class. And it was just, I think he just felt like he was just being demeaned. So kind of like what Fia just talked about her daughter, or somebody said black people were ugly, they would say stuff like black people are dumb, right, not smart. So he would try, and he was like a really good student, trying to help with math, and he would just be ignored. Like, no, we don't want your help. So go to somebody else. They would go to somebody else for help. And so I just wanted to say, I feel like there needs to be some type of, I guess, training, like assembly-wide, but somehow where you highlight some of the great contributions of like African Americans, and maybe even do like some role playing. So more than just, it's more than just the N-word, it's how they're making the kids feel. And for me, he was getting in the car, almost crying. He started hating school. He didn't want to go to school. And like I said, he was a really good student. So I had to pull him out, and so now he goes to private school. And the issues are everywhere, so you can't run from it. And it's just, I think it's the climate now, especially since COVID. But I can say 7 or 8 years ago, it was more in the high school, and now it's trickling down to elementary school. And so we got to do something about it. And I couldn't come here without speaking on behalf of my son, and so I wanted to do that. So, thank you.
All right, and next we have Sandra and Steve James.
We're going to make this quick and not keep you guys here all night, right? Thank you so much for allowing us this opportunity to come before you, PSD board. This is great to hear this. We are alumni. We are not current parents. Our son attended PUSD. We were transplants. We transferred from Tracy and moved into Pleasanton. Honestly, it was one hell of an experience we did not anticipate. So I will not go into the story. But to make a long story short, we are so glad you're finally doing this work. This is so long overdue. So long overdue. And what I need to get across is the emotional trauma. This is what you need to understand. The emotional trauma associated with the N-word and how it has been allowed to exist for far too long in the district. And you're finally addressing it. And the young lady that was the first speaker, she hit the nail on the head. It has to be actionable and very specific. And we know that there's a policy, but the policy that's there is lack standardization and real teeth. It can't be optional or suggestive. It has to be very specific when there are instances, so students know that there are real consequences that really change behaviors, because we can no longer have our kids, our young students, to go out into the world deflated, not only deflated, but they leave your district truly harmed when they leave Pleasanton Unified School District. And we're having to repair them. We're constantly repairing them when they're with us. And you guys don't see everything that we're doing behind the scene. Money we're spending with counseling and all kind of other resources and services. So with that being said, there has to be restorative justice. There has to be a process for our students that's embedded in this. The work that you're doing, there has to be a process that will restore our students, that will restore our kids. When there's an instance, when something happens, they have to be restored because they walk away wounded. So you have to repair them. They require that. They require to be restored because that's the only way to give them back their dignity that has been ripped away from them. That is absolutely a key component and a required component. And I'm going to end on that note. So thank you for your time.
All right, and now we have Danka Chappelle.
Hello, everyone. I'm Andre's mom. I promised that I would not speak, though not embarrassing, but I had to say a couple of things. So there's certain things that we are very gingerly talking about here, but I'm going to give you a couple of examples as a parent. In elementary school, during a parent-teacher meeting, when we were addressing scores in math, I was told, he's doing great for the kids like him. I brought this to the principal. There was a discussion about it. It is those type of comments, when they're said in front of the child, are very hurtful. I don't know if you're aware that you're doing a history reenactment class where you're asking black children to defend slavery as a part of history education. I don't know if you ever heard that that's happening in a Pleasanton school district, but it is. Those type of practices are done in states like North Carolina, where you have 50% African American students and maybe 50% other, so they don't feel like they're minority. But if you're asking my child to give a passionate speech about defending slavery, it is absolutely unacceptable. The incident at Amador Valley High School that happened to him had a long impact, a lasting impact, not just on him as a child, us as a family. Countless hours of counseling that I had to provide, not just for him, for myself. I'm a white woman who is supporting a black child. So the only remedy is that was offered, would he like an apology? And I am sure a lot of black parents will tell me that is just an insult on top of the insult, because you're going to give an opportunity for the offenders to say they're sorry and it's done. These kids don't know if they reported, if there's any consequences. I understand there's some privacy reasons around that. But if they report it and they don't know that those kids were suspended or anything happened, they stop reporting it. So it has to be transparency. There has to be a follow-up conversation with the kids who were victim. These are victimized children. And just because my son did not want to have an apology, because it would have not been genuine. So, but that was case closed. So yes, he's one of those statistics. Thank you.
All right, next we have Cindy Tovar.
Hi, everybody. I am a staff member of Amador Valley High School. I am the Wellness Support Specialist, and I'm also a Amador graduate, as well as some of my family members and some of the people from my community. I am very proud of the community that I come from. I come from a very small, popular apartment complex here in Pleasanton, very low income. I am very proud of working for Amador and the Pleasanton community, as well as being a graduate. Going to Amador, it was a little scary sometimes for me, and I know some students have felt the same way. Hearing a lot about the racism that has been going on, I promise you that it has been going on for a long time, and I'm sure you all know this. I do appreciate all the data and everything that you guys have been providing, but you know, being in the Wellness Center, and of course you see my color, being a person of color, I do get a lot of students of color in there. And it makes me very proud that they feel welcomed in the Wellness Center and they feel like there is some sort of representation in their campus. And I'm very proud of that. I believe that, yes, there should be a zero tolerance, as much as some of the parents have said tonight. And as being a person that is very proud of being someone from Pleasanton and having my daughter, you know, I came earlier with her actually, and I'm a single mom, and it was a little hard, but you know, I just want there to be students to be able to have their voice being heard, and I just that's why I'm here. I didn't really write anything. I just wanted, you know, to come here for them and to just speak for them. And some of them will not come here. Some of them will not show their faces, not even their parents. I come from a community where parents don't know about a board meeting. Parents don't even know what a board meeting is. I'm sorry. And, you know, I feel like I can't speak for everybody that is Latino or that is Hispanic, but it comes also in our community to where we feel the same thing as our fellow African Americans and Black people in this community. And I do appreciate everybody else that recognizes that. And I feel like if we do start at home and teach our parents of how to have these conversations with our students, it will be very helpful. And I will try to wrap this up as fast as I can. But with that being said, for us to be able to do that, I think we need to do a better job of getting our parents here, getting our parents to talk about it, because without them talking about it, nothing's going to get done. I'm sorry, but we need to do a better job of reaching out to them, going to them, and not just expecting them to come here to us. But yeah, that is all. Thank you.
Okay, I know we need to extend the meeting. Do we have a motion for that?
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting. How much time do you think we need?
How much time? I don't know, 30 minutes, 40 minutes? Let's just say 45 minutes.
I make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:45.
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Okay, so the question on the table is, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to go back to the policy committee? Do you want to accept this and then go forward making note? Trustee Valentine?
I think we should pull it and go back to the policy committee meeting and brainstorm and draft some more.
Go ahead.
I have a question for staff because there's two different issues. There's the policy itself, but then there's the actual discipline. So it's my understanding we have policies that address discipline related to this policy, but other policies as well. So I would like a clarification from staff related to that, because I think they're two different things. So there was a lot of conversation about how to handle these types of behaviors, but that's addressed in more discipline policies. So that's my question.
Let me see if I can clarify. So this would be our board policy on hate-motivated behavior. However, there is education code that if the code is violated, then discipline is issued. So that is under Education Code 48900.3, which is the, and it encompasses more than just hate-motivated behavior. So if I can get my glasses on, it's on the box that I cut and pasted. So the violation that would result in
Slide 9.
I'm sorry, what?
Is it slide 9?
Yes, and I can.
Did you
read it
want
to
to
you.
pull it up to for the public to see?
So,
So I guess my point is that there's two issues that we're addressing. We're addressing the policy on the behaviors, but then a lot of the concern is how do we discipline related to those behaviors. So my question is, isn't that already covered in our policies related to discipline? That's my question.
yes, so this behavior would result in discipline. Does that clarify?
Let me rephrase my question if I'm not making sense. What I'm hearing from the public comment is that the policy's not strong enough because of the concerns related to what's the direct correlation to if there's an infraction, then what? And so my question is, the policy committee did spend time putting together community input and identifying information to add to the policy, which has been done. But a lot of the public comment has been really not necessarily, it's been talking more specific to what is the consequence? What is the consequence for when students, violate, these types of behaviors? And so my question once again is, don't we already have policies that address the misconduct? That's my question.
I can help with that too. So Trustee Mikashi, the answer is yes. So we do have discipline policy. It's in a separate policy. I don't have that number in front of me, but the actions and behaviors of students, should it fall into hate-motivated speech, hate-motivated behavior, that falls in line with 48900.3.
And ed code.
And which is education code.
Right.
Yes, we do have policy that outlines what the discipline would be regarding that behavior. So the answer is yes to your question. Some of the comments that came tonight, I think I'd like to try and clarify. This particular policy that we have before you is hate-motivated behavior, and then policy is defining that behavior, and then also, well, what are the procedures that now we have to develop and then ultimately implement that meets the requirements of the policy? That sometimes is not outlined specifically in a policy, because policies are typically pretty broad, and then staff are now like, okay, what do we need to do in order to make sure that this policy manifests into our own implementation of what you're asking us to do as staff?
So to expand on what you're stating, also a lot of the comments that have been highlighted could be addressed in the AR.
Thank you. You read my mind. So do we have an administrative regulation for this particular policy?
No, direction that was given at the board policy subcommittee was that they would like us to start developing an AR for this board policy.
Yeah. So we do have that opportunity, given all the feedback we received at the subcommittee, and then tonight, some of the things that's already happening, we can really now codify that and put it into an administrative regulation that could really outline a lot of things that were said tonight.
So my recommendation would be to consider approving the policy as is. Then it's already been directed at the policy committee to work on the AR. Have the AR come back to the policy committee, include the community engagement, just like we just had this last week. I think it would be very enriching. And then at that point in time, we could also bring back the board policy as well to recodify if there's things fleshed out in the AR that might need to mirror back into the policy. So that would be my recommendation.
I would just like to add the policy gives us the guidance to do that. Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Trustee Brown?
So I appreciate the comments and the need to sort of separate the policy from the AR. I just want to speak up, though, in terms of I think we're missing some of the feedback and some of the points. Some of the feedback was the slides look great, and we put in the slides, as an example, we consistently enforce to all students and staff that the N-word has no place in an academic setting nor at our school. That is not in the policy. It's in the slides, but not in the policy. So I'm sort of a little bit torn in that some of the feedback was, hey, you guys are finally doing something. Some of the feedback is, you're not doing enough, it's not strong enough, right? So on the one hand, I want to move the work forward a step or half a step. On the other hand, I'm getting clear feedback from some of the audience, and I specifically asked for feedback, and I appreciate the feedback that we got, both from the student as well as the parents, that the policy isn't strong enough. And I don't want the policy to go to the point of being an AR, but it is, to use the expression of our first speaker, a little too nice and soft. So that part I would agree with. And so, at least for myself, I want to send that part back to the policy committee for further review before approving that. And then the last thing I want to say is, when you do get into the AR, there was some discussion around the fact that what we're missing is the way we're treating our black students and their reaction to the situation we're putting them in is triggering repercussions on them that exceed the repercussions of those that cause the triggering behavior, right? And so I want to make sure as a board we understand that and we recognize that and we take that into consideration as we're figuring out next steps.
So procedural-wise, Trustee Avalos had a motion on the table. She wanted to take this.
Yeah. I also want to further explain that a little bit because I felt like something that was lacking, like what was mentioned, that we don't have in the policy no tolerance. And I feel like that was said over and over again. And that I think that's something super important that we need to include that should be written in the policy. And that's why I think we should take it back to the committee and look at it further to get more input and really include that no tolerance in there.
Okay, so do we have a second on that motion? Well, I'd like to second that motion.
Okay, I'd like to discuss. I just feel like I hear the feedback that was given, and I appreciate that. There was time spent having it put together with the policy committee, but I think there's some underlying differences on how we can work through this. So once again, I would just state that to say that you have to put no tolerance into the policy, I think we could easily amend it right now to say, let's accept this policy and add in the word no tolerance. And the other key words I heard were cultural competency. I don't think that we have to take it all the way back to the policy committee. If we can just amend the policy with those key words, and then it's really about a lot of the conversations tonight really talked not just about the policy, but what do we do on execution when there's a violation to the policy, and that is actually back to the AR. So, you know, I've sat 2 years on the policy committee, and I clearly understand the procedures and ways we execute this. And I personally think if we kick it back to the policy committee, where I think we can actually we can create the modifications, big picture tonight, so that we can actually get to the conversations that we're addressing, which is to how do we work with our students? How do we make these changes? How do we discipline? How do we accurately support our students, which is through the AR? So that's what I would state.
So I'll just add to your comments, Trustee McCaughey, which is to say that that was my hesitation. I want to make a step forward. There's a lot of work, I think, that needs to happen to develop the AR. In the past, the direction has been to take it back to the policy committee. If you're willing to make those changes tonight in terms of adding and strengthening the language, I actually like the second bullet on slide 8 because that I read out, because I think it's very clear. But if the rest of the board is willing to modify the language of the policy on the spot to strengthen it and then invest the time on the AR, I could support that as a counter motion.
I could too.
Okay.
So we've got a motion on the floor. So just from a
It's 10 o'clock, I'm
procedural perspective,
Yes.
we need someone to, if they're going to offer an alternative motion or a substitute motion, you can do that. That would get voted on first.
Okay.
If it passes, then the other one
Okay.
would
Got it.
would
So do we
die.
have a substitute motion?
Could I ask a question?
Oh, no. Yes. Yes, go ahead.
I'm for all this, but I would like to ask this young lady here, is that what you wanted to hear? Because I'm trying to put my own thoughts into it, and I'm not African American. What do you... I know this is unusual. We don't normally do that, but just what does anybody think about what we're proposing? Sure.
No, I appreciate that. I think the fact that a lot of work has gone into it does not always mean that it's the right move. It's always okay to go back and read. That's acceptable. However, I think what you offer for me as a parent, I'm amenable to that if you will accept input on the modifications.
The AR modification?
No, we're talking about the policy. If you will accept input on the modifications, because I'm hearing the things that have been called out, but I'm hearing 2 points that were important to me, that are important to put in the policy, because I shouldn't have to go to the policy and then go dig for the rest of it elsewhere.
Okay, so what 2 things did you say you wanted added to the policy?
Yes, so absolutely.
For the benefit of the public, it really is important for you to go to the mic because no one can hear you at home.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide additional comment. And again, I appreciate the incredible effort it takes to get to a resolution. I'm going to repeat just some of the statements that I made there. Absolutely appreciate the opportunity to make revisions if you're willing to receive input on the revisions. So we just want to make sure that you don't miss something that is important to us. And I do have my points down that I spoke to earlier that I'd be more than happy to repeat if that is helpful.
I think what we're looking for is the exact verbiage that you would like added to the policy.
Yes.
If possible.
So we need zero tolerance included in the policy. Okay. We also need to state prioritization of cultural competency training for all staff members. We also need to ensure that we include victims of hate-motivated behavior receive the support and resources they need to heal and thrive. And it includes all of those things that were stated before. So it's not an option. It needs to happen. Previously, I think what I read before, it was giving folks an option to do that. Then we also need to ensure that incidents are thoroughly investigated and addressed. And there is communication on outcomes.
Expand a little bit on the cultural competency, which I love.
Yes.
Can we expand that to also the students? So it's not just staying within staff and faculty, it's training the students too.
Thank you. So just to revise that, where was it? Prioritize, the word prioritization, I think it's important because I think it gave people option in the other version. Prioritization of cultural competency training for all staff members and students. And then finally, what I heard mentioned previously was the bit on collaboration that needs to be included in the policy, and it's proactive collaboration with other programs and community organization to promote self-environment. Somebody mentioned the PTAs, which I think is a good option for collaboration purposes, and I'll leave it up to anybody else who thinks I missed something. Thank you.
So do we have a second motion or a sub-motion or?
I think staff needs a few minutes to try to disseminate that into potential language. Is that correct?
I'll give it a shot. The governing board supports a zero tolerance policy against hate-motivated speech. The district shall prioritize cultural competency training for all staff and students, including support for victims impacted by these behaviors. Incidents will be thoroughly investigated and addressed, and proactive collaboration with other educational partners will be provided to support this work. That capture it?
Okay.
Thank you. So we can incorporate that into this policy. Somebody would need to approve the policy with the amendments as stated by.
That's a sub. We need a sub.
Yeah.
So I will clarify my substitute motion, which was that to approve the policy 5145.9 with the amendments as suggested by Deputy Superintendent Ed Dialazo.
I'll second it.
Oh, we're going to have to vote on this now. I think we're going to have to extend the meeting unless we're going to go fast.
We have to vote.
Oh, I know. I was just talking. I was waiting for Lenita. Okay, there we go. Okay, unanimously passes. Thank you for your hard work, everybody.
But now we have to reject the other one, right?
Oh, do we have to reject
We
the
have
other
to
one?
reject the other motion.
We have to
don't we?
reject-
No,
No.
it falls
Oh,
automatically.
it dies.
It's a substitute motion passed.
Okay.
Thank you for your time tonight,
Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. Sorry, I know. Okay.
I'm just giving two enough.
Sorry. Okay, we're going to try to move quickly. Resolution A, report and discussion on possible action on resolution to recognize Teacher Appreciation Week. Any questions, discussions, comments? No, do I have a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve.
And I second it.
And we're going to read it, aren't we? We're not going to read it?
It's 10:15, sorry.
I practiced.
Okay, go ahead.
It's relatively short. We could read it.
Oh, okay.
And
You're in the midst of voting.
We're voting.
yeah, sorry.
Would you like me to start? Okay. Okay, a resolution number 2023-2024.30, Teacher Appreciation Week, May 6th to 10th, 2024, and Day of the Teacher, May 7th, 2024. Whereas the week of May 6th through 10th, 2024 has been designated as Teacher Appreciation Week and Day of the Teacher, May 7th, 2024, and
Pleasanton teachers mold and guide future citizens through patience, hard work, and positive example. And
whereas Pleasanton teachers are responsible for educating and encouraging students to become the next generation of inventors, entrepreneurs, public officials, first responders, professionals, and service providers so that our community continues to grow and flourish. And
whereas Pleasanton teachers encounter students of widely differing backgrounds and support them all equitably with compassion. And
whereas Pleasanton teachers help build the country's future by providing quality education to all students. And
whereas Pleasanton teachers spend countless hours preparing lessons, evaluating student work, counseling and coaching, and performing community service. And
whereas Pleasanton teachers, counselors, nurses, librarians, psychologists, speech and language pathologists, and other certificated staff continue to contribute to the well-being of our local community and the entire state. And
whereas Pleasanton recognizes and supports its teachers in educating the children of the community. And
therefore be it resolved that in celebration of our certificated staff, the Pleasanton Unified School District hereby recognizes Teacher Appreciation Week, May 6th through the 10th, 2024, and the Day of the Teacher, May 7th, 2024, and encourages all members of our community to join with it in expressing appreciation to our teachers for their dedication and devotion to their work.
yeah, roll call vote. Okay, Trustee Maher?
Aye.
Trustee Walker?
Aye.
Trustee McCoshy?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
And aye as well. The motion passes. We're moving on to report, discussion, and possible action on resolution number 2023-2024 to recognize Classified School Employee Week, May 19th to 25th.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, we're going to read this as well.
I'll start reading.
You're going to start reading. We'll go this
Whereas
way.
the week of May 19th through May 25th, 2024 has been designated as the Classified School Employee Week. And
Whereas classified employees employed by the Pleasanton Unified School District provide critical services to the schools and students and strive for excellence in all areas relative to the educational community. And
whereas classified employees serve the students, staff, parents, and citizens of the district by providing essential services in the educational system. And
whereas classified employees support and enhance the educational process by assisting students and teachers, transporting students, preparing nutritional meals, maintaining building and grounds, and performing technical, business, clerical, and secretarial functions.
And whereas classified employees provide efficient and effective support and ancillary services that are essential ingredients to excellent teaching, sound administration, and high student achievement. And
whereas classified employees go above and beyond to support the implementation of new standards and assessments in order to prepare our students for the 21st century. And
whereas classified school employees are rarely in the spotlight but are always central to the activities of our schools, serving with professionalism and dedication and setting a high standard for care and compassion. And
therefore, be it resolved that the Pleasanton Unified School District hereby recognizes and wishes to honor the contribution of classified professionals to quality education in the state of California and the Pleasanton Unified School District, and declares the week of May 19th through 25th, 2024 as Classified School Employees Week in the Pleasanton Unified School District.
Be it further resolved that all community members are encouraged to thank a classified member who has had a positive influence in their life.
Okay, any other comments before we move on? Oh, roll call vote. Let's start with Mr. Maher.
Aye.
Trustee Walker?
Aye.
Trustee McCoshy?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
And aye as well. Okay, D. Report, discussion, and possible action on the contracts with Verde Design for the field and play structure renovations at Hart Middle School and Harvest Park Middle School.
Okay, good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Hagelin, and Cabinet and Community. These are the next two middle school play surfaces and athletic field upgrade projects. And these upgrades will include the similar process as PMS that's going on now. It has new synthetic track field, revitalizing the remainder of the natural grass, resurfacing the existing blacktop area, and restriping existing blacktop and play area. We solicited proposals from multiple qualified firms, and we received 2 qualified responses. Verde Design had the most experience and the most competitively priced response, and they're also one of the Bay Area's leaders in the playfield design. I will cut it a little shorter over here. Both projects are within the project budgets, and the administration is recommending that the board approve the 2 contracts with Verde Design.
Do we have any questions?
So the contracts of $530K and $434K, that includes design and construction?
Not construction, just the design and approval through DSA.
So why does it cost that much?
Because these projects are going to be multi-million dollars, and so even on a percentage basis, if I'm not mistaken, it's in the 7% range, which is competitive.
Any other questions?
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing it on the screen. What funds will this be taken from?
These are Measure I funds.
Fund 22, yeah. Any other discussion?
A follow-up question. I get that 7% is in line with total spend, but isn't there also a factor in terms of the complexity of the work? Like, I mean, the field and play surface renovations, is it complex enough to justify that type of price tag?
Yes, it does, because there's multiple pieces to this. We are actually proceeding with going to be bidding out. They're preparing scopes of work that'll be in different phases. So the first one coming out of the gate will be usually the hard surfacing. I'm mixing up a little bit with the PMS, but in PMS, they have had a few different phases on this. If it's hard, or if it's Harvest Park, it's a playfield renovation, which is the grass area, and so there's a process and a bidding out of that scope. And then there's also the DSA process for all of the track and field, which are the synthetic products, and there will be a lot of access and things that DSA want to incorporate into the projects.
Okay. And these projects are heavy on civil engineering. There's a lot of civil engineering design work that goes in it, and we did competitively, ask for prices earlier on with a couple of design firms, and I think Verde was the most cost competitive. So it isn't. We haven't done it in a vacuum. We did it for PMS. So,
okay.
It is expensive, but that is in line with these type of projects.
Yeah, as a summer student, I worked for a civil engineering company when I was a student, so I understand the price tag associated with that. So I'll go with staff's assertion. I just, maybe outside of the meeting, I'll ask for more of an education on that.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? I'm looking for a motion.
Since I questioned it, I'll make a motion to approve the contracts for Verde Design for the field and play surface renovations at Hart Middle School and Harvest Park Middle School.
I'll second.
Okay, the motion was passed 5-0. We're moving on to E, report discussion and possible action on agreement with Mobile Module for the rental of temporary portable classrooms on the Educational Options Center project.
Okay. We're coming back to the board on this project with Mobile Modular because on March 14th, the Board of Trustees approved the rental of the 5 portable classrooms and 1 portable restroom. And this is for the interim housing. We were anticipating and hoping to have the 2 existing portables that are on site, which hold the culinary classroom and also this STC program. And so after further research and looking to see the history of the DSA approvals of those buildings, it became very, very problematic. And so they're old, it's very difficult to move those, and the costs start getting out of hand if you do move those, because then there's a lot of repairs and everything. It's actually more beneficial and economical to just rent or lease new buildings. So we're coming back tonight for these 2 additional portable buildings, which we would not be using those other 2 classrooms that are existing that we were anticipating.
Is there any questions?
Will we tear those down, those other 2?
I believe they're leased. And if they're leased, we'd return them to the organization or the company. If they're ours, I apologize for not knowing that right off the bat. I would say we would be throwing them away.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the agreement for mobile modular rental of the temporary portable classrooms on the Educational Options Center project.
I'll second.
Those in favor? Okay, the motion passes. Now, the last one is report, discussion, and possible action on the 2024 CSBA Delegate Assembly runoff election for Subregion 7B in Alameda County. Trustee McCoshy, do you know any of these people?
That's what I was going to ask. Who
Yeah.
should we vote for?
Yeah.
I'm just going to recommend the incumbent. I've worked with that person. She does well.
Okay. So would you like to make
So
a
that's
motion?
I'll make a motion to vote for, I believe it's Jackie, whatever her last name is, the incumbent. I don't have the thing in front of me.
I think we're trying to get it right now. Oh. We're all, the vote's in front of us now. I'll second it. I don't know whether there's a second. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, I'm sorry, it was Jackie Pearl.
Yeah. Oh, the motion passes. Okay, we move on to board reports and requests. Trustee Maher.
Along with Trustee Carrion, President Carrion, we visited 3 schools, Hearst and Valley View and Foothill, and had a lengthy discussion at each school with the staff, along with Miss Atkins, Cheryl back there, and quite productive and hard to hear at times. And by hard to hear, I mean kind of at us, but I think it turned out okay, and I got some feedback from a lot of the teachers, and they appreciated the 3 of us coming, so it will continue. And we had a policy committee meeting that we all know.
Yeah. Trustee Walker.
Okay, so I went to a PPIE board meeting, and looking forward to the run this Sunday, and the board finance committee meeting, and then President Carry-On and I went to the Fairlands reading night last Tuesday, which was very well received, and lots of families and children there. Was wonderful to see. It was packed inside their multi-purpose room. Also, President Carry-On and I went and toured Harvest Park and looked at their wellness center and their garden, and then again, President Maher, excuse me.
It's after 10.
President Carry-On and I and Ms. Atkins went and met with the teachers at Fairlands, and got some really good feedback, and some of it was hard to hear, but we needed to hear it. So, yeah, that's what I have going on.
Trustee McCoshy?
I sat in silently through the finance committee. It was very insightful. Attended the policy committee meeting, which we already know about, and rich dialogue. And then I just have a request to get an update on where we're at with the investigation with the fire, updates, just what's transpiring, because that's been almost, I think, 6 to 8 weeks, as well as continued communication with the budget advisory committee, and when we're going to be meeting with that. I believe the intention was to kick that off sometime in May. So those are my requests.
Okay. Trustee, whoever you are.
All right. For the record, this is Trustee Brown reporting in. Sorry. I attended the Finance Board meeting that we had. I was less quiet, but it was a good discussion. Last night I attended the Hearst Science Fair. So there was, I think, 6, maybe it was 8 stations set up, run by a mix of middle school students volunteering, parents that had designed different experiments from creating batteries to demonstrating parabolas and different scientific principles, and so a lot of parents, a lot of kids attended, and that was a lot of fun to be part of that. And I think that's about it.
So I just wanted to add that when I'm going to these meetings, I'm taking notes, and I will be sharing it with the executive cabinet and with our trustees too. Some of them are negotiated items, and some of them are, areas for better communication, opportunities for us to work together to solve problems. I do want to point out that on May 1st, we will be having a very special board meeting in the process to find a new superintendent. We are going to be deciding what our next steps are, and as soon as we know, we will let the public know. And then May 9th is a regular board meeting. Yes, it is. Thank you for clarifying that. It is a closed session item. You are not invited. But when we do find out information, it will be public as soon as we make a decision.
So just to clarify procedure-wise, even though it's a closed item, do we have to open and receive any feedback that people might give us on that closed session item, and then close, and then go into closed session? So just to set the record straight, we are still going to be here at
5.
Is it 5 p.m.? 5:30 p.m. Next Wednesday to open public session moment for anyone that wants to provide feedback on the superintendent selection process, and then we will close it.
And I believe, don't we have to report out at the end of the closed session? Or not? Just confirming.
Not unless you take an action.
Isn't
Just
Tuesday?
confirming though, so that so the people want to have to come back at 8:30.
Yes. Oh, yes. Tuesday is the city liaison meeting, 6 o'clock here. It's going to be a busy week next week. Okay, thank you. Sorry I get punchy after 10 o'clock, but it's now done. 10:37, we made it.